Well, hi, everybody, and welcome back to another day of DC Leadership. We are excited to be here for our first Connect show of the day. We will be here 4 times throughout today and the first day of the leadership or the legislative seminar. I'm Cindy Hollis, and
I'm Colby Garrison.
And we just are excited. We are the membership services team. My role in membership is manager of membership engagement. And Colby came on about 11 months ago as membership services administrative assistant. So we are waiting for, oh, he's here. Hey there, Clark, you're here. Yay.
The man of the hour.
The man of the
hello,
day.
Cindy. Hello, Colby. And hello, ACB.
Clark.
Yeah. I was like, oh no, he's not going to get here in time, but you did it. You are good, my friend. So here we ask you to come in here on the first day of Ledge, and not that you have nothing going on and no worries or concerns about today, right?
No, not at all.
So we won't keep you too long. I mean, you're welcome to stay as long as you like, but why don't you kick us off? Tell us what we can expect today. That would be great.
Absolutely. Well, again, thanks for having me. And thanks for what you and Colby have been doing on these Connect shows,
We're
especially to start the day and bring everyone in. Also, I need to get have Colby bottle and send to me just like a blast of sunshine here with the time change and daylight savings. Holy cow. But we've got some great speakers and programming set up for folks today and tomorrow for our 2-day legislative seminar. I'm excited to be joined this year by my co-host making her first appearance at the leadership conference as ACB staff, Ms. Swatha Nandakumar, our advocacy and outreach specialist. We've got friends from the blindness community, from our ACB affiliates and committees, as well as the federal government joining us here today. So it's exciting. And of course, we have our legislative imperatives and our affiliates making their Hill meetings for following the legislative seminar.
So could you go like a brief overview of what the 4 imperatives are this year?
Absolutely. And I'll do this real quick because from 2:15 to 3:15, we'll be going over all 4 of the imperatives in a little bit more detail for folks.
Sure.
But our 4 imperatives are the Exercise and Fitness for All Act, the Medical Device Non-Visual Accessibility Act. So we want folks to have access to exercise and fitness technology so they can take charge of their health. And for folks that have health conditions or folks who have acquired health ailments, we want them to have the necessary tools and resources available to them so that they can privately and independently manage those conditions as well. Then we have the Website and Applications Accessibility Act. We want Congress to act and tell the Department of Justice to finalize enforceable standards for website and application accessibility online. And then also an update to the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act. I know we all love what's been happening with audio description and the accessibility of user interfaces so that we can watch video programming, media, and entertainment. But we need to make sure that those regulations passed now 12 years ago keep up as technology is evolving. So those are our 4 legislative imperatives.
So is there any presentation today that really stands out as like, if somebody only had a short block of time, an hour, where should they be at what time today?
Absolutely. So I'm a little bit biased.
Mm-hmm.
I think it depends on what you're interested in. So for our folks who are interested in transportation advocacy and pedestrian and environmental access, there's a breakout, I believe it's breakout B, dealing with the different levels of advocacy being hosted by our transportation and pedestrian environmental access committees. So how do you advocate for transportation policy at the national level, the state level, or the local, city and town level? So I think that'll be a really good panel. And then this afternoon, everything we do is related to technology, whether it's education, employment, healthcare, community events, all rely on, broadband and internet access, as well as accessible technology. So we've got a great panel to close out today, beginning at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, from the Federal Communications Commission about broadband adoption, digital access and inclusion and accessibility.
I love
All right.
that.
Yeah. And I want to say thank you, Clark, for doing so much in the community, bringing advocacy and legislative, the imperatives, concerns, educating people, and being part of our community schedule. I think it's made a huge difference on just widening our knowledge base in our ACB community. So thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you all. It's always fun to meet new and excited folks. And I know that we've got a lot of community members who are joining the leadership conference for the first time this year. And we are excited to have you all joining us.
Okay, so Clark, before we let you go, I want people to get to know you just a little bit better. So I know you were a Paralympian, right? Are a Paralympian. I mean, you.
That's right. Never passed, never former.
Never were. Continue to be. Yeah. So tell us what you did. Yeah.
Yeah. So always a Paralympian, but I am now definitely a has-been tandem cyclist. So I competed in tandem cycling from 2006 through 2016, racing domestically and internationally for Team USA on both the road, so individual time trials, mass start road races, where in the mass start road race, that's kind of like the events you see on TV. All the bikes start at once. The bikes that don't crash try to get across the finish line.
Oh my gosh, I'm hurting right now. Just the thought of crashing.
And then also on the velodrome, the banked cycling track that looks like they're generally around 250 meters, so they could fit inside a 400-meter running track, but they are banked like a NASCAR oval.
So wow!
Straightaways
I've never
are banked,
heard of that.
15 to 20 degrees, and the turns can be as steep as 45 degrees.
And you did this on a tandem?
On a tandem bike.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
The longest ride I've ever done is a little more than 116 miles. The fastest I've ever been clocked on a tandem was just over 60 miles an hour.
Oh my gosh, that scares the heebie-jeebies out of me.
Wow.
Oh, come on. It's fun to go fast.
You had my attention when you said like a NASCAR oval. That's my interest
Colby's.
there. that's not one of my favorite sports.
And what did you ever medal in the Paralympics?
Yes. So the only Paralympic Games I competed in was London 2012. Did not medal there, but had 4 top 10 finishes. My partner and I, shout out Dave Swanson, Tucson, Arizona. He and I won the track cycling world championship in 2009. So got gold medal, got top step of the podium, got to hear the national anthem played in Manchester, England. And in 2011 and 2013, 2011 and 2014, we won bronze medals, one on the track and one on the road.
Awesome.
So
well, you were just a
baby
then. You must have been like a 13-year-old or something, right?
It's competitive sport is a young person's game, Cindy. I'll tell you that right now.
So you're saying you don't feel like you did back in 2011?
ever since I've stopped racing, people ask me, or they say like, "Oh, you look great. What are you doing?" It's like, well, I'm not training 20 to 30 hours a week anymore. I'm sleeping. I don't wake up in pain every day. It's yeah.
But I do know that you love exercise, and don't you do something like rowing or something like, don't you have a rowing machine or something?
Yes,
Okay.
my wife and I have a rowing machine as well as a stationary bike. And it's just she's more on board with the morning workouts. This is probably why I never could have been a swimmer. But when I do work out in the morning, I just find it just helps me get started in the day.
Yep.
But my default is more, get home from work, get on the bike or get on the rowing machine and just kind of decompress at the end of the day. So it helps me clear my mind, get mental focus. It helps my body feel good. Just in how I move, and everyday tasks and routines are just easier when I have a good physical fitness routine, when I'm getting enough sleep at night, drinking enough water, and all those things that go into a healthy, somewhat balanced lifestyle.
So I just, back at the end of June, started riding. I got a stationary bike, a recumbent, and I ride every morning with 2 other ladies. We are on the phone together. So I ride from 8 to 8:30 typically. And today I set a goal for myself to drink my 30-ounce bottle of water before I'm allowed to have coffee. So wish me luck on that one.
Oh.
Because I love my coffee, but I just started doing that, and I did it while I rode the bike this morning. So anyway.
Well, it's so important, right? And that's why ACB has our Get Up and Get Moving campaign. And I know folks were excited to hear more about that yesterday, but also tomorrow there will be a breakout session hosted by the Get Up and Get Moving campaign. It's why 2 of our legislative imperatives deal with accessibility in the health and wellness space.
Yep.
And it's why we are doing the advocacy work that we're doing, whether that's reaching out to gyms and facilities like Planet Fitness and getting them to commit to purchase and install accessible equipment, and also the work we are doing reaching directly out to the manufacturers, encouraging them to include accessibility so that our folks have access to those tools and that technology.
Awesome. Well, Clark, thank you so much for spending some time with us. I know it's going to be a very busy day ahead for you. I know it will go well. You've put so much work into preparing for this, along with the whole ACB team. And so thank you for all you do. I appreciate you so much.
Get
out of here. Skedaddle, go.
See everyone in the general session. Bye all.
See you later.
Thanks, Clark.
Now, Colby, I have to know, did you learn something about Clark you didn't know?
Yes, I did. I did not know that that his why he was a Paralympian was for tandem biking. So
there you go. Yeah.
And now I'm I'm kind of curious to try it just to see what it's like.
Have you never been on a tandem bike?
No, I'm not.
Seriously?
No.
Oh, Colby. It's amazing.
I'm curious.
Oh my gosh.
Now.
Okay, that would be something for you and David. Seriously.
That's what I was just thinking.
That would be so amazingly fun for you guys. So Colby recently is engaged and planning a wedding sometime next year. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
So Colby, before we continue on, and we are going to take a little bit of personal privilege here and talk some about the community. But before we do that, do you want to share with folks how they can check out the mini mall as well as the MMS program?
Yes.
Because, today's Sunday or Monday, not Sunday. Today's Monday. Oh my gosh.
It's
all running together. It is. It's
been busy. For us. I will give you the mini mall information first. So if you want to purchase products from the mini mall, if you have any questions, any and all things mini mall, you can call 877-969-6255. And Cindy, I think you said yesterday that's
mall.
969 mall.
Yeah, 969 malls. Easy to
Easy
remember.
way. Yeah. So remember that. You can also email if you'd like to email as well. You can email, look at that, mall@acb.org.
And you can actually get on their email list. And we certainly would be happy to send the link to you at community@acb.org, or you can write to that mall@acb.org. But if you send an email to mall plus subscribe at ACB lists with an S at the end.org, you can get subscribed to the mini mall email list. So.
All right.
All right.
Then I'll give you the information for the MMS, which for anybody who does not know is the Monthly Monetary Support Program. And if you want information about that, if you have questions, anything like that, you can email ask ACB MMS. So ASK ACB MMS, no spaces, just all one word, at gmail.com. Or you can call 888-999-3190. And if Miss Jean does not answer, then you can leave a message with your name and phone number, and she or someone will call you back.
And you want to get in as soon as you can. Now, if you are already giving through the MMS program, any amount $5 or higher that you raise, you're already giving. You will be in a drawing. And if it's your first time or you aren't currently giving, and if you donate $10 a month minimum, again, you'll be put in a drawing. And I know later today they'll be drawing for a $25 gift card to Amazon, and tomorrow they will be drawing for $100. So that's pretty cool. And one of our hosts, Danette, won for yesterday. So that's pretty cool. She's a facilitator and a host in the community. And so that's a great leeway for us in the community. What do you think?
Was it?
Yeah. So Colby, you came on board back in April of last year, and really your main task has been putting the community events schedule together. And so I do want you to share a little bit about what that looks like and what kind of calls are on our community schedule. We do our schedule like a Sunday to Saturday week, although, I mean, for the average person that's receiving the daily schedule, it's just a seamless day after day after day after day. There's never a break.
It never stops.
It never stops. But we do have some timelines that we work around to keep a handle on all of this, right? So why don't you share with folks some ideas about some of the calls that we have and how they might get on our email list and how they can access the daily schedule and all of that stuff.
Sure. So if you're not involved in the ACB community, we would love to have you. It's really easy to get plugged in, if you will. You can simply send an email to community@acb.org and let us know you would like to be subscribed to receive our daily schedule. And once we subscribe you, you will get the daily schedule of events. It's usually sent out the night before for the following day. And we have just a wide array of events, everything from exercise classes to learning French, learning Latin, technology. Our friends at Vispero, they do a series each week, technology on a different topic. So on a software feature or how to use a software better, or some of their hardware offerings as well. It really kind of varies. We also have calls on how to use your Android devices more efficiently and effectively, how to use your iPhone more efficiently and effectively.
Even tonight, there's features and fun of iOS at 7:30 p.m. Eastern tonight. And there's religious calls. So some that are Christian, some that are spiritual, and even the Jewish hour. So
it's happening this afternoon.
Yes. So very book chats from specific, like a specific book that the group is reading, over the next 2 weeks, to one around disability or ACB or what else do we have? Crafters. Oh my gosh. Let's talk crafters. Our crazy crafters. They are amazing. We do. They've been, they started, it's so funny. They started in June of 2020 with one call, and they planned to maybe be 1 hour every other week, so twice a week. By August, they were an hour and a half on Sundays, and they were bringing 2 2-hour classes, one on Tuesday and one on Thursday. And they now give us about
I'd say
got to be about 20 hours.
5 events, maybe a week, 4 or 5 at least.
Yeah, so they have the Crafty Gab on Friday. They do knitting and crocheting, and today they're doing Braille drawings. Yeah. You just never know. They've done sewing and things with glue, and you can buy, and they've paired up with Mitzi kits out of Orlando, Florida, and so people can buy those kits and do quilting. I still have my quilt I need to finish sitting somewhere. Anyway, oh my gosh, I just drives me nuts that I can't finish a project. But anyway, we have somebody that every so often does a foodie call, and
there's a call
we have music calls and
home garden and agriculture that just happens
once a month, right? That's so really something for everyone. And of course,
our social calls.
The social calls. I mean, these are amazing and people love them. In fact, I have one I do on Monday evenings at 6 Eastern called the Friendship Circle. I was going to pass it up to today, cancel, and did not include it in our original hosting schedule. And last night I was getting ready to put the schedule. I'm like, you know what? I need to keep this in because people, they love it, and it's breakouts and they just really love it. So I put a call in to one of our hosts and facilitators, Herbie, and he said he would be willing to facilitate that for me. And so it is going to happen. And I know that will make some people very happy. But we have coffee socials every day. They originally started just twice a week, but now every day, and have been for over a year. Probably a year and a half. We've been doing.
We held our 7,500th event yesterday.
Yes. Isn't that amazing? Yes. 7,500. So if you're like going, what in the heck are they talking about? You are missing out, my friend. And if you do take part in our community events, please share this with other people. You do not have to be a member to be a part of community. That's what we want you to know.
And if you know somebody, or if you don't have access to email, you can still participate. You can call in and participate on the phone. All of our events are held via Zoom. And so you can call in from Zoom on your computer or your tablet or your smartphone or your landline. And you can also access the schedule via the telephone as well. It's a pre-recorded schedule. I read it every week, and you can call 1-800-424-8666, and you'll follow the prompts that are given, and you can read the schedule each day via the phone system.
And so just have like a little mini recorder or way to braille down the meeting ID. We always use the same Zoom phone number, 312-626-6799. And but there are several numbers, but that's the one we always publish. If you get on our daily schedule, you'll receive your schedule in your inbox, usually the night before for that next day. And we always do a sneak peek of the following day so you can start to plan a little bit and see, oh gosh, that's when French is taking place or whatever it might be. And it's just a great way to connect with other people. Many of our committees and special interest affiliates, actually many of our affiliates, hold events as part of our community as well. So it's a great way for, I think last night, didn't we have Ivy? That's
visually impaired entrepreneurs. They had an event on the strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats for.
Did ACB Radio or not Radio Amateurs also have theirs last night, or was that the previous week? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, those are two of our special interest affiliates. I know Lions does theirs on community.
Blind information
Bits. Yep.
technology
They bring a lot of stuff. Yep. Braille Revival League and Library Users does.
Yes.
Certainly every week, AAVL, which is the Alliance on Aging and Vision Loss, they do one called the Ins and Outs of Vision Loss or Sight Loss Later in Life. Every Tuesday at 4 p.m.
That's a really popular one.
It is very popular. Great peer-to-peer support. ACB Next Gen has been bringing the Financial Sense call, and
you can learn Braille with Braille Together and Braille Room.
And CCLVI brings, is it 3 calls every week on a regular basis, right?
Yeah.
Which is our Council of Citizens with Low Vision International. So something for everyone, and we just don't want anyone missing out. Thursday night, we are celebrating 2 years of community, started on St. Patrick's Day in 2020, just at the beginning of the pandemic. And we have there's no signs of slowing down or stopping what we're doing. In fact, we are bringing more and more to the community now than ever before. Colby, do you want to give a quick overview of what people can expect when between now and the next Connect show? So as we get started into the legislative seminar.
So you will hear from Clark Rockfall and Swatha Anandakumar. They're our ACB advocacy team. We heard from Clark just a bit ago. You'll also hear from the U.S. Access Board and the National Council on Disability.
Wow. And then you'll be back with us as you transition to one of 3 breakout sessions. And you just stay right here on ACB Media 6 to hear the rest of the legislative seminar in general sessions, or you can listen to the breakout A. B and C breakouts will be heard on 7 and 8 respectively. And that gives me an opportunity for us to just give a quick shout out to the team with ACB Media. So much of community is also streamed live and or put into automation on ACB Media 5. And we appreciate all of the streamers and those who edit our events for podcasts, and certainly all the work they are doing for this conference. It's like magic for all of us that are enjoying it, but we know a lot of work.
So much that goes into it behind
exactly, and just Rick and Larry and the rest of the team at ACB Media, we appreciate you. And if you're wondering about podcasts, you can go to acbmedia.org, go to the search field and put in a word like Vispero or Apple or cooking or recipe or music or whatever, and you could see what podcasts are available and click on them directly. So anyway, boy, Colby, it's time. It's time for us to say goodbye, but just for now. And we will.
Just for a little bit.
And we'll be back. See you soon.
Good afternoon, ACB family, and welcome back to day 3 of our DC Leadership Conference. It's just been so much fun hearing all our wonderful panels for the first 2 days. And a special shout out to the folks that participated in our fireside chat last night, Cindy and Ken and Kirk and our own Eric Bridges. Hope you all enjoyed the fireside chat. I know I did, and it was great to hear each of their personal stories and learn a little bit about what it's like to be a blind or low vision leader in a rehab facility. So thanks so much to each of them. Wanted to also remind everybody about our wonderful sponsors that have helped us with the DC Leadership Conference. We have 3 sponsors at the presidential level. We have JP Morgan Chase, a special shout out to them. And at the congressional level, we have Vanda Pharmaceuticals. And at the Beltway level, we have Vispero. So thank you so much to each of our wonderful sponsors for helping us provide some of the resources to put this wonderful event on this week. I'd also like to take a moment to announce our Sunday winner of the monthly monetary support program prize. That was Danette Dixon. Excuse me. That was Danette Dixon from the state of Washington. So congratulations, Danette, for your $25 Amazon gift card. And just remind everybody that it's still plenty of time to pledge for the monthly monetary support program. If you're a new contributor, it'd be a minimum of $10, or you can up your pledge by a minimum of $5 to get into the drawing. We're going to have one more $25 drawing and then the big $100 drawing on Tuesday. And those email and phone number to get involved. First, the phone number is 651. Excuse me, that's wrong. I got to get my numbers right. The phone number is 888-999-3190. Again, that's 888-999-3190. Or you can email Jean at askacbmms@gmail.com. So that's askacbmms@gmail.com. So Jean's standing by. Hope a lot of you all will get involved and make a difference for the American Council of the Blind. Also wanted to take a moment to give a special shout out and thanks to Gabriel Lopez Cafati. You all may not have realized this, but Gabriel is the chair of our Multicultural Affairs Hispanic Subcommittee, and he's volunteered his time here over the last week to 2 weeks to prepare all of our translations for our materials that you've seen this week. So the registration form, the legislative imperatives, the information that's gone out with shouts on our social media. Thanks to Gabriel for putting all of that together as a volunteer for the American Council of the Blind. And we're happy for all of his contributions. And we're also excited that we've engaged Catholic Charities that will be working with us to help translate the 2-hour highlights each day from this DC Leadership Conference. So it's truly a collaborative effort. And I want to thank once again, Gabriel and Swatha Nandakumar for all of their help doing the Spanish language wrap-up shows each and every day. They'll be on again from 6 to 6:30 this evening. And before I hand it over to Clark, one last thing. If you'd like to participate and ask questions during the conference today, please remember to write your questions to questions@acb.org. That's questions with an S @acb.org. Or you can contact Janet Dickelman either by phone or text at 651-428-5059. Again, that's 651-428-5059. And now I am so honored to introduce to you our Director of Advocacy and Governmental Affairs, Clark Rackful from Alexandria, Virginia, to take us away with 2 days of wonderful ACB Legislative Seminar. Welcome, Clark.
Dan, thank you so much. And hello, ACB. I am Clark Rockfall, your Director of Advocacy and Governmental Affairs. And I am joined by my co-host, my partner in crime on advocacy efforts. And for the next 2 days here at the Legislative Seminar, ACB's Advocacy and Outreach Specialist. Swatha, how are you doing?
Swatha needs to unmute.
So Swatha, while you're getting situated and off of mute, again, I just want to.
Great, Clark. How are you?
There we go. Hey, first day for us. So, we get to do stuff behind the scenes. Now we're front and center and on camera. So day one for us, folks.
Took a bit.
So great. Hello, everyone. Again, day one of our legislative seminar. Swatha and I are prepared to bring you 2 full packed days of public policy related content. And everyone knows that ACB has our 4 legislative imperatives this year, and we'll be going over those again shortly in the next session. But then we also have multiple breakouts, both today and tomorrow. It's probably no surprise to folks that the advocacy work that we do cannot all be squeezed into 4 legislative imperatives. So we are fortunate to have this platform to not only highlight our 4 legislative imperatives that you all will be championing with your meetings, with your members of Congress, but also we have this platform to bring to you additional public policy and advocacy related issues that we know are important to ACB, the organization, our committees, but most importantly, our affiliates and our members. So following the overview of the legislative imperatives here today, our breakout sessions will concern what affiliates can do to help the national office with advocating for our ACB resolutions. Folks may recall last year, there were around 30 ACB resolutions that were drafted by our members, reviewed by the ACB Resolutions Committee, and voted on by our board of directors. And try as Swatha and I might, we alone cannot implement all 30 of those resolutions. So we really need the engagement of our members, committees, and affiliates to help the national organization really carry out the will of the members. Swatha, you are participating on another breakout here this afternoon. Why don't you give folks a quick overview of that?
Yeah, so Claire Stanley, who was the previous advocacy specialist, and I are hosting a panel on Hill etiquette and how to effectively advocate with member of Congress. So we're going to cover everything from how to prepare, what to wear, how to look on Zoom, to how to follow up afterward, and also what to say in between. We're also going to get some role playing with some panelists. So Katie Frederick and Michael Garrett will talk about advocating on Capitol Hill, and also have a member of the audience come up and do a session with us. So yeah, we're packed.
Thank you, Swatha. And I'm so glad that you highlighted the need to provide feedback, because folks will probably get tired of hearing me say it, but if a Hill meeting happens and you don't fill out the Hill feedback survey or send an email to advocacy@acb.org and let us know how the meeting went, it's like a tree falling in the woods. If we don't receive the feedback, did the meeting ever happen?
You don't know how to respond to either, how to respond afterward.
Exactly. And then our other breakout, hosted by the Transportation and the newly renamed Pedestrian and Environmental Access Committees, will be looking at advocacy at the various levels of government. So primarily focused on transportation and the newly passed Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, but what transportation advocacy looks like at the federal level, at your state level, as well as your local municipal city and town level. So we're really excited for those. And then our closing general session, which you certainly will not want to miss, we have a broad look at broadband adoption, as well as accessible user interfaces and video content. Shout out to the Audio Description Project for the great overview they did yesterday, along with the announcement from CBS Viacom that they are audio describing nearly 100% of their primetime CBS broadcast content. But also we'll have the Disability Rights Office from the FCC, because we always want folks to raise issues and areas of concern directly with folks at the Federal Communications Commission. So Swatha, we might as well jump right in here today. We are kicking things off with two guests from the federal government, giving us a broad overview of disability policy and what the federal government is doing. We are glad to welcome back Dr. Sachin Pavitran, the Executive Director of the United States Access Board, as well as Ann Summers McIntosh, the Executive Director of the National Council on Disability. Sachin and Ann, welcome to the ACB Legislative Seminar.
Great to be here.
Thanks for having me.
And Swatha, I'll let you take it away from here.
Absolutely. So I just want to we want to get to know you both better. So can you tell, or Ann first, can you tell us about what the NCD does or what its role is in the federal government?
Absolutely. I was unfamiliar. We have been in the federal government now for 38 years, and we began as a very small, actually we were in the federal government longer than 38 years. We started as a little advisory body in the Department of Education. And we only gave advice about education of students with disabilities. But in 1984, we became fully independent. And so since that time, we've had the ability to tackle a broad range of topics. So anything cradle to grave, anything under the sun, and all disabilities. So we advise the president, the US Congress, and other federal agencies, as well as state policymakers, on matters that affect people with disabilities. We have a very broad mission statement, which is wonderful and awful at the same time, because we always have to make hard decisions on what to focus on in any given year. But we have been able to make very high impact with our small resources and staff. We're most, I guess, well-known and famous for being the authors and the original suggestors, I guess would be a good way of putting it. We advised Congress to create an Americans with Disabilities Act, and then we drafted the first version that went up before the Hill for consideration. And so that's our history is inextricably tied with the ADA, and we benchmark all that we do against the 4 goals of the ADA. And we are comprised of 5 presidential appointees and 4 congressional appointees, and a very small staff of 11 professional staff in the greater DC area.
Absolutely. Same for you, Sachin. What does the Access Board do, and what is its role in the government?
Thank you, Swatha. And I'm glad to join all of you today, and thanks for inviting me back. So the US Access Board, we've been in existence for close to 50 years now. So in 1968, the Architectural Barriers Act is the piece of legislation that brought the Access Board into existence. That's not the legislation that started the Access Board. That is the piece of legislation that's opened the pathway for the Access Board to come into existence. The Architectural Barriers Act being the legislation that defines accessibility for federal spaces, on what the standards needs to be for federal spaces. So in 1973, the Rehab Act is what brought Access Board into existence as a federal agency. We are a small federal agency of about 30 staff and 25 board members. 13 of the 25 board members are appointed by the president from the public from around the country, and the remainder 12 are heads of 12 different agencies, such as Department of Justice, Transportation, Commerce, GSA, Interior. So 12 different agencies, senior level political appointees serve on our board. So 25 governing members of the board. The role of the US Access Board is to define accessibility. Accessibility is our bread and butter. We work on anything and everything to do with accessibility, whether it's built environment, digital accessibility, medical diagnostic equipment, whatever it might be. When there's accessibility, conversation needs to happen that we are the agency that set the standards and guidance to what that should look like. We work closely with all federal agencies on these different regulations that the Access Board puts out. We don't enforce all the standards and regulations that we put out there. The only standard and the only regulation that the Access Board enforces is the Architecture Barriers Act, the ABA. That is the one regulation that we have authority in enforcing. So if anyone finds accessibility barrier in the federal space, we have a mechanism to receive the complaint and then work with the federal entity to remove that barrier. The rest of the regulations we work for, even though we set the standards, other agencies are the ones that enforce them if they adopt and are legislated to enforce them. We don't have any authority in enforcing. That's often a confusion that exists because we do write standards for a lot of different regulations out there, but we don't have the authority to enforce those regulations. So I'll give you an example. Section 508, which a lot of us are familiar with, the U.S. Access Board wrote Section 508, and the standards are out there for federal agencies to utilize, but we do not enforce them. In fact, Section 508 is a unique kind of regulation where all federal agencies are self-enforcing. So it's probably not the best scenario because self-enforcing goes only so far. So that is our role. We are a regulatory agency working on different standards and guidance on all the various accessibility issues that's out there. We do enforce the ABA, and we try to be a player in the accessibility space, both within the public sector and the private sector.
Okay, great. So can you both talk about your roles at NC and the Access Board? We'll start with Dothan first.
So I'm the executive director of the Access Board. So my role is to oversee the overall mission of the Access Board. Now, the governing board members gives us the direction on what needs to be the priorities for the Access Board. When we work on different rule makings, the different rules that we are working on, the board is the one that sets our priorities. They also set our strategic plan for the next 4 years that every federal agency is supposed to put forward. As the executive director, my role is to work with the staff to ensure the priorities set by the members of the board is executed, and also do the day-to-day activities to ensure the smooth running of the agency.
Great, and Anne, any other?
Yeah, very similarly, I'm also the executive director of our agency. So very similar to the Access Board, our council does set the policy priorities. The staff has degrees of discretion within the four corners of the priorities that are set by the council. And again, very similar to the Access Board, I am ultimately responsible for working with our team directors on the staffing, the operations, the financial and policy development pieces. And one other thing I would add is something that's unique about NCD is because we are fully independent and we're purely advisory, we do have a huge degree of flexibility in determining what the policy agenda will be for the council. And I would say that it's equal parts push and pull. So what I mean by that is the council will set an agenda of things we would like policymakers to care about, and they may not care about them. And we try to make a compelling argument for why they should and what our solutions are to the problems that we like to raise to their attention. And then we also have a fair amount of technical assistance and response that we give to outreach that we receive from policymakers who are looking for NCDs, expertise, and policy solutions for problems that they identify as priorities. So it's kind of both in equal measure, I'd say.
And so if I could add real quick, Anne brought up an important point. One of the biggest difference between the Access Board and the NCD is we don't have that liberty to kind of set our priorities unless Congress gives us the authority. So when we work on regulations, it needs to be in legislation, and we need to be granted that authority through Congress before we can take up working on any particular standards.
Mm-hmm. You see a lot in like legislation or bills like the access board should like do this or do this, and so it's kind of now we all know about like you have to do that if you want to be any power at all. So interesting. And just to follow up with your last year and the year before, we had Andres Gallegos, the chair of NCD. So how does your role differ from his, and how do you how the differ?
Oh, I am the lowercase b boss, BOSS. He is the capital B boss, capital B BOSS. He was designated by the president on the first day of the Biden administration last year as the chairman of the council. So his role, he was appointed by Senator Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, and he was designated by the president as its chairman. So he really is the captain of the ship. He steers things, and he's ultimately responsible for the direction and of the council. And I work at his behest. So thus the lowercase b little boss of the staff. So his role is all of our council members serve no more than 2 3-year terms. So he is in his second year of his, I don't want to misspeak, his second year of his second term. So he has this year and next year, and then he will wrap up his time, and someone will presumably be appointed behind him. So all of our council members are on set periods of time for service, whereas the staff generally have a longevity to them as civilian employees. So that's one of the major distinctions as well.
All right, back to you, Clark.
All right. Great. Thank you so much, Swatha. And folks, I'm going to run through some moderated questions here with our guests, Sachin and Anne. Again, as Dan said earlier, if you have questions that you would like to be asked towards the end of this session, please email questions with an S at the end, 2 S's total, questions@acb.org. or call or text Janet Dickelman at 651-428-5059. So Sachin and Anne, you both talked about the priorities and areas of focus for the Access Board and National Council on Disabilities. I know a big one for both of you is accessible health and wellness. And it just so happens that that's a big priority for ACB as well. Towards the end of 2020 and throughout 2021, we've been focusing on our Get Up and Get Moving campaign. And that is a multi-year effort that focuses on advocacy, partnerships, and public awareness to improve the health and wellness and access for our members and the broader community. This also touches on 2 of our legislative imperatives this year, the Exercise and Fitness for All Act, as well as the Medical Device Non-Visual Accessibility Act. So both of these bills were introduced in 2021, one focusing on the need to create accessibility standards for fitness and exercise equipment for people with disabilities, including people who are blind and low vision. And the other focusing on non-visual access to durable medical equipment and medical diagnostic devices. So Sachin, I'll turn to you first. How is the Access Board working to increase accessibility in terms of health and wellness?
Thanks, Clark. Obviously, this is a very important topic for me personally, as well as a blind person myself. I'm very well aware about the lack of accessibility that exists when it comes to fitness equipment and also medical diagnostic equipment. So when it comes to the fitness equipment, I know there's been a bill introduced where the Access Board is indicated to write those standards. Unfortunately, our role does not start till that bill is put into law. Our role right now is working with some of the entities that are working on some of those standards apart from the federal government. So we have staff that are working with some entities that, and also industry, in being part of the conversation of accessibility. We just don't have the authority to actually regulate, put them into standards that would be something that industry has to follow. Till the legislation becomes law, we don't have the authority to do that. But that doesn't mean that we don't work on those on the sidelines with, like I said, in the private sector and other organizations that are working on these kind of standards. Similar to the medical diagnostic, similar to the fitness one, the medical diagnostic equipment as well. The Access Board does have a standard on a limited medical diagnostic equipment standard on that was passed under the ACA that we have for within within patient care. It does not address the accessibility of all the equipment that we would use in a home base. So the work that we've done so far that we've been given authority is very limited, but we are having conversations with FDA on some of the other additional accessibility that needs to be addressed. We've also been working with HHS on some of the accessibility barriers that exist. But again, like I said, we don't have the authority to really write the standards till it's been given, till we've been granted the authority.
Thank you, Sachin. Oh, and yes, Anne.
And I'll jump in and say that's right. You mentioned our chairman, Andres Gallegos, and he, on his first day, he let everybody know, he put his flag down and he said, my tenure is going to be about health equity for people with disabilities. And we're going to be pushing the peanut as much as we can through my remaining time on the council on health equity. So we've been laser focused on that. And in very recent days, some of you may be familiar with our health equity framework, which we just released a couple of weeks ago. It is a living document. In the framework itself, we have 4 foundational planks that we have spelled out as seen that we view, and the folks that we've been working with on the framework had viewed as foundational to establishing the health equity for people with disabilities, but certainly not comprehensive in its scope. One of those was the AMDE, the Accessible Medical and Diagnostic Equipment. We've been really focused on getting the standards that exist, that the Access Board has done such a great job on, memorialized by DOJ and HHS OCR so that they can become enforceable. And as Sachin just mentioned, they are not as expansive as they could be, the existing standards. And so, would really invite ACB's review of our health equity framework to the extent that we can expand upon it. One of the things we messaged on it right away, and it's available on NCD's website on our homepage and also under healthcare on our categories tab on the far left. If you navigate the homepage, we have the AMDE in particular really has that physical and mobility focus, mobility disability focus. And as such, and referenced, we've been really focused on the facilities where people go to get treatment rather than in-home use of equipment. But harkening back to the distinction that we made between Access Board and NCD, we can absolutely call for things that are not, right? So the bills that you're referencing, we have a pretty long history of actually reviewing bills that have been introduced, and when we think that they're absolutely consistent with what we're recommending on a principles level, we actually will go so far as to recommend specific bills to Congress. So would love to hear more about the bills that you're referencing and see if we have committed to looking at regular intervals to our health equity framework to expand upon it. And this won't surprise any of you. We were incredibly gun shy in publicly unveiling the health equity framework because we were sure we had forgotten things. And the day that we unveiled it, we heard from just scores and scores of people, you know, by and large, very, very effusively praising the framework and excited about it. But invariably, we had forgotten and overlooked things. And so immediately, folks, you know, we like that. You know, what's the hallmark of a good advocate? They're loud, right? So squeaky wheel us, you know, like let us hear from you specifically about our health equity framework, and some of the bills that were just referenced sound perfect for inclusion in our refresh in the next time that we open it up to make some additions. We've got a laundry list already started, so we'd love to set up a meeting with all of you and hear more about how we can be a little bit more, even more inclusive than what we were trying to do right out of the gate. But that health equity framework is one that I point folks to. We did a wholesale report on accessible medical and diagnostic equipment last May. But again, it was very much focused. We had had a pretty discouraging meeting with the Department of Justice in 2020, where we encouraged them to go ahead and accept the Access Board standards. And at the time, they issued kind of a challenge back to us and said, you know, we just don't know if we have enough information to act. And we took it as a challenge, and we wrote a whole report on it. And you'll see if you read that report that even in the transmittal letter, we essentially said to the president in the transmittal letter, we wrote this for your Department of Justice, who told us they didn't have enough information to act. And so here you go. Here's a 150-page report that lays the case for why DOJ needs to act. So we were really heartened to see both DOJ and HHS OCR indicate in the unified agenda their intent to pursue rulemaking inclusive of the standards that Access Board has worked so hard on. So we're very excited about that. We do have two items in the health equity framework that specifically speak to some of the legislative priorities in principle that you're referencing. One is we call specifically for Medicare coverage of low vision devices. So we don't cap that in any particular manner, but we say that that's absolutely essential for health equity. And another one we have that strikes me as one that we might need to tweak with your help is we call for mandating that municipal park districts and hospitals that receive federal financial assistance, that they have to provide fitness facilities that are inclusive of commercial grade strength and cardio equipment that can be used independently by people who are blind and low vision. And we're calling on DOJ and HHS to take a leadership role in those respects. So those are just two quick highlights that I could mention, Clark.
And thank you so much for highlighting those items within the health equity framework. Certainly low vision coverage is something that ACB and our members have been advocating for quite some time. And we look forward to working with you on those items, as well as ensuring the non-visual access for durable and diagnostic equipment. So thank you. One more item related to healthcare before I turn it over to Swatha here, and that is dealing with telehealth and telemedicine. So is there anything that either NCD or that the Access Board is doing to ensure accessibility in telehealth services?
I can jump in there first. This is Anne. One of the things that we've been engaging, we've had a lot of conversations within the four corners of our health equity framework, and then also outside of the four corners, just generally speaking on health equity in principle with a lot of our federal colleagues. We have the great fortune right now, I mentioned pushing and pulling at NCD, because in the very early days of the Biden administration, President Biden issued the equity EO, which was very, very helpful. He set the tone very early in the administration that he had an expectation of all of his cabinet level agencies to do everything they could in their power to look at rulemakings and guidance and anything and everything that was within their power to advance equity for underserved communities, and specifically identified people with disabilities among the groups mentioned as an underserved community. For that reason, we've been reaching out on our health equity framework across offices and divisions within HHS, and have had, very much a receptive audience in terms of interest in the things that we're raising. I think due in large part because of the equity EO. So that I think there's a confluence of political will and direction set early in the administration by the president that's really helping in terms of willingness to engage. And on the telehealth side, one of the things we heard very early when we started working on our health equity framework in its developmental stage, we heard from the sensory disability communities, plural, about the inaccessibility of telehealth, generally speaking, for so many people, as well as electronic health record platforms, both of those being heavily emphasized during the pandemic, and both of them being extraordinarily problematic for blind and deaf communities for different reasons. And so I'll share too, we did a Hill briefing on our health equity framework just a couple weeks ago and had a really good uptake from the committees of jurisdiction. And one of the staff members who's low vision, immediately following, asked the question during our Q&A. She said, I know this, I'm making this about me, but I can't access my electronic health records, and telehealth platforms are incredibly difficult for me to use. What's NCD saying about that? So we have heard that loud and clear from the beginning of our work on the health equity framework, and we're raising the profile of those issues everywhere we can. One of the places that we sit to is there are a lot of tables that have been convened in this administration. Sachin and I both joined a number of interagency work groups that are tied to disability, and a number of them have been looking at and talking through the equity executive order and what they can do. And we've been a lot of times behind the scenes, we've been trying to raise the profile on some of these issues. So within our health equity framework, we're certainly pushing on it, and we're hopeful that in light of telehealth being kind of here to stay and having an outsized role during the pandemic, we're really looking at insisting that something be done sooner rather than later, so that the access problems that have been prevalent and extensive throughout the pandemic can be finally addressed. And I should mention too, Clark, we did a progress report, which is our one statutorily required report a year that we send to Congress. We do a lot of discretionary reports, but that's the one that we have to do every year. Last year's report we made about the impact of the pandemic on people with disabilities, and in that progress report, we also highlighted the access issues with telehealth. So we've been trying in a number of ways to raise the profile in Hill briefings and in our conversations with policymakers as we advise.
Just to add real quick, we haven't had any direct role in the telehealth space other than working with entities, especially working with HHS in really pushing the conversation on accessible platforms in the healthcare space. So that's been a conversation an ongoing conversation we've been having. We haven't worked on any particular standards or regulation on it, but we are engaging other federal agencies that have even a DOJ when it comes to what needs to be a priority when it comes to accessibility for accessing medical information or accessing a physician in a more accessible platform.
Yeah, I'm glad that Clark brought up telehealth because my next question has to do with web accessibility. You guys mentioned the work you do in making telehealth accessible. So could you both speak to the work you're doing more broad in web access more broadly, like in web and application access more broadly? Yeah.
So this is Sachin again, the Access Board. So one area, obviously, the Access Board has been involved, which I mentioned earlier, is Section 508. We put out our refresh in 2017, and we continue to work with agencies to really ensure web accessibility and digital accessibility is a high priority with the federal government. We work closely with GSA on this topic. Anne mentioned about the executive orders on equity. So that's a conversation that has raised the awareness of digital accessibility within the federal government, and we've been playing a pretty significant role to ensure that becomes a priority, not just because Section 508 has been in existence for a while, but elevating the importance of digital accessibility more than it has in the past within federal space, not just internal accessibility for employees, but also external public-facing accessibility. In the federal government, it's slow moving, and unfortunately, accessibility does not always get to the forefront of the big main conversations in leadership. There has been a shift under the current administration, and it's promising to see the spotlight the accessibility has been receiving, especially around digital accessibility.
And this is Anne. I would say in 2019, that progress report that I mentioned, that annual report we have to do every year. In 2019, we took a tact in 2018 and 2019 where we looked at, has the promise been kept, was kind of the framing that we used for those two reports. And we basically said, no, it hasn't in any number of ways. And we looked at federal enforcement of disability rights laws. And in the 2019 report, one of the big recommendations we made was for DOJ to move forward without any more delay on web access standards. And what we've been doing since that time is trying to ensure too, we know that in several budgets, we follow the budget cycle, the president's budget, and then obviously what happens in Congress is usually fairly divorced from the president's budget. And one of the things that we like to look at the staff level is what the funding levels are for various agencies that have enforcement authority or are being called on by us to take certain actions. And one of the things that we've noticed is in several recent years, DOJ's disability rights section within the Civil Rights Division has not gotten quite the investment that some of the other divisions have gotten. And so one of the things that we're looking at now is how can we have some conversations on the Hill to sensitize some of the appropriators and other folks as their advisors, that we really need to ensure that there's adequate resource at DOJ in the disability rights section so that they can pursue a robust rulemaking agenda. And so we're hopeful that the web access regs may be something that are queued up yet for attention and get over the finish line in this administration. And we're trying to do whatever we can on the back end to kind of shore that up. We also, early in the pandemic, we reached out to the National Conference on State Legislatures And if you're not familiar, there's kind of two state government associations that NCD likes to liaise with pretty regularly on federal matters that play out at the state level. So that's why we liaise with them. The National Conference on State Legislatures is actually if you've ever been to their national conference, it's probably about 5,000 to 7,000 to 8,000 people pre-pandemic. It's they get convention centers and they completely pack them, and they're legislators from around the country, from state houses, and they show up and they organize their agendas and their sessions based on their committees of jurisdiction, and they tackle the different topics. And one of the things that we liaised with them very early on in the pandemic, and we're able to do some blog posts with them and some podcasts with them, was about as your states are pushing out and localities are pushing out information on vaccine access and treatment access and masking and safety and all of these things, are your websites accessible or are they not? And we found in a lot of instances, nobody, we tend to never find anyone who's like out to create an inaccessible website, right? It's people who are just moving too fast and not thinking through their obligations and not thinking through accessibility in a way they should. So they were, very eager to get resources and be made aware of community partners that they could reach out to, et cetera. But those are kind of some of the things that we've been working on just in the recent term on the web access front.
Thank you. And at ACB, along with our partners, the American Foundation for the Blind, National Federation of the Blind, and National Disability Rights Network, just led a sign-on letter of more than 180 national and regional organizations urging the Department of Justice to finalize web access regulations within the current Biden administration. So we certainly share your enthusiasm for those web access standards to be finalized.
May it be so.
Yes. And actually, Swatha, since a lot of the conversation is focused on the equity executive order, do you have a follow-up question related to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to ask if you both could speak to the implementation and the progress of the DEI and executive order that was put out last year by President Biden.
I can take a stab at it first. This is Sachin. So the DEIA Executive Order 14035 that got introduced in June, initially when the conversation started, so there was a diversity, equity, inclusion executive order that came out right when the administration started, which was more outward facing. And then the conversation started within the administration on having a similar executive order for within the federal government for all federal agencies to follow. When that conversation started, one of the biggest piece that many of us who were involved in the drafting of the executive order pointed out to the administration was the lack of accessibility being more prominent in the executive order. The initial draft really did not have. So the initial draft was just going to be DEI. And we wanted to make sure accessibility was elevated to the top as well, because accessibility often becomes just another bullet point when it comes to the conversation of inclusion or equity, but it's not the same. It needs to have its own prominent showcasing of why it is important to have accessibility. So that's why the DEIA executive order was slightly different from the initial one that came out for the outward facing. If you've seen the executive order, the U.S. Access Board is specifically called out in the executive order for working with federal agencies on accessibility of built environment. We also been asked to work when it comes to digital accessibility as well. So we've been heavily involved in a lot of conversation when it comes to what the federal government at large needs to do when it comes to accessibility. One of the biggest barriers the federal government that has when it comes to accessibility is a lot of this, especially the digital accessibility, it's been self-evaluation. It's been self-monitoring of the accessibility there. Some agencies, some agencies do better than others, but even within those larger agencies, there's definitely a shortfall in which sections of those agencies actually really do accessibility as well. So kind of elevating the importance of how these accessibility needs to be laid out. And one of the pieces that I've been pushing for strongly for the big departments is to have the CIOs for these departments to be invested in the conversation around accessibility, because if you don't have the buy-in of CIOs of these big agencies, it's not going to go anywhere. So one of the roles that we've been playing is to really elevate and make it a requirement for CIOs to prioritize accessibility in every, whether it's budgetary request that they put forward, or whether it is other priorities in how they write policies within their departments when it comes to IT related items. So, like I said earlier, it's frustrating because it takes time, but it is promising because there's been more momentum happening in the last year on this topic than I've seen historically before. I hope this is a good sign in what accessibility content will look like coming out of the federal government. Being the largest employer in the country, we need to set the example on what employers should be doing when it comes to accessible content, not just digital accessibility, but also physical accessibility as well, because we do have a lot of barriers when it comes to physical barriers as well. The one thing I would ask for all of you as advocates is to continue to push federal agency and put those red flags out there when there are outward facing content for federal content that's out there if it's not accessible. But also if you have members and other blind individuals or people with disabilities that you know that work in the federal government, try to get that information, try to get them to advocate within their federal agencies about the importance of accessibility, because it is going to take all of us to make this continue to move forward. Even though this administration has made it a high priority, we all know administrations come and go. We want this to stay on, not just for this administration, but also after, even for future administrations.
Right, and
Go ahead, Ann.
I can't add much to what Sachin said, other than, we're very heartened by the leadership that Access Board's been playing. They're obviously recognized as the technical experts, and we're all really fortunate that they've been playing the large role that they have. I echo what Sachin was saying about getting the buy-in of the CIOs in the federal agencies, and think it's absolutely essential that the budget requests do reflect these things as priorities, because that's what happens when agencies put forward their budget requests. It's a little bit of sausage making here, but when we put forward our congressional justifications and we put forward our requests each year, we write narratives as agencies about basically the things that are important that we need money for, right? And so again, things get money when they're important, right? So if accessibility can become part of that narrative as like a critical piece, and that's consistent with the EO, I agree with Sachin. We have a real chance of getting the roots low enough, in the ground, that no matter what happens in future elections or future administrations, that we don't see, we have enough of the roots, tapping down low enough that we can hold on to some of these good things that are happening. And the only other thing I'd add as something of encouragement is I can't remember, and I've been in government 13 years, federal government. I can't remember a time where there's been a greater frequency of calls about an EO. I don't know if Sachin would agree with that, but they are, these calls are happening all the time, and they're very well attended. So it's not like they're sending the interns, they're sending high-level people to them. There's a number of resources that have been developed for agencies. And so there is a lot of really encouraging momentum right now. And just would also echo what Sachin already said, that if folks are aware of blind and low vision employees within agencies that can raise some of these, raise the profile of some of these things, oftentimes an agency will make decisions on a person by person basis because they want to invest in their employees, but it has ripple effects, across other decisions that are made. So asking questions and referencing the EO, this is the time to do it. It would be very impactful. So just again, agreeing with everything Sachin had to say.
And I just want to add one thing real quick, Clark. What Anne said, the frequency of the conversation right now on this topic is really high, which is why it's important for as advocates to really push to make sure that if a department is not really working on the accessibility front as much, we need to really engage with those departments if no federal employees that are not seeing a shift in accessibility. Because like I said earlier, some departments, there's probably subsets of those departments doing good work, but the rest of the department might not be even bothering with the accessibility.
That's a good reminder for folks as well. And I know we're coming up on the end of our time here. So I quickly want to turn to Janet to see if we have received any questions from our listeners, because I could keep talking and asking you all questions all day. But unfortunately, we have some constraints that we're trying to work within. So Janet, do we have any questions?
We do have some questions, and what I'll do, the ones that we don't get to, I will forward on. For those of you listening, I'll forward them on to Clark and Swatha so that they can get back to you with the answers. I had someone who wanted to know what part of the ADA covers the internet and web accessibility. Is there a part? And
Sure. So I'm happy to answer that question, and probably more fully offline. But whether it's a good or service offered by the government, it can be covered under Title II of the ADA. Whether it's a good or service offered by places of public accommodations, it can be covered under Title III of the ADA. And if there are goods or services offered by employers on the internet, however, the services are inaccessible, it could be covered under the interference language of Title V of the ADA. So even though the ADA was written in 1990, I think there are many aspects of the ADA that apply to website and online accessibility.
all right, then do you want to take a couple more? Or?
Sure. How about one more?
All right. I have a woman who, and I think this is just a matter of concern for her. She uses it sounds like a large screen glucometer, and she's concerned that we're talking about that glucose readers need to have talking features, and she's concerned that Medicare won't cover her large screen glucometer, but I'm sure if you want to speak about that.
Yes. Thank you, Janet. And that's something that I'll answer that by saying, stay tuned for our next session, which will be an overview of our legislative imperatives, which includes the Medical Device Non-Visual Accessibility Act. So we can certainly get to that question there. Sachin and Anne, thank you so much for joining us here. If folks want to learn more about the Access Board and stay up to date on the work that you're doing, Sachin, what's the best way for them to do that?
So our website, which is access-board.gov, is a wealth of information. We also have ongoing webinars on whether the accessibility of the built environment or the digital accessibility, which is monthly. but we also archive all our previous webinars that we've done on these different topic areas. So there's a lot of information that's available on our website when it comes to anything to do with accessibility.
And Anne, a similar question to you. What's the best way to stay up to date and learn more about the National Council on Disability?
Our website is no dashes, NCD, nancycatdog.gov. And we like the Access Board's new website so well that we are going to copy it. We're in the middle of a website redo. And I mention that only because once we unveil our new website in July of this year, we will also be resurrecting our long forgotten listserv, and you will be able to sign up for emails from NCD as well on our website. We currently are not doing any, but we will be again in July.
That's great. Well, again, Anne Summers McIntosh and Dr. Sachin Pavithran, thank you both for your time here today and helping us kick off the 2022 ACB Legislative Seminar.
Yeah, thank you both for your time today.
My honor. Thank you.
All right. Well, welcome back, everybody, to this second Connect show of the day, and hope you have enjoyed the first part of the legislative seminar. I am Cindy Hollis, and here with
Colby Garrison.
and we are just so excited to be able to take part in the DC Leadership Conference and be able to keep us connected, keep things moving along between segments of the programming. And right now we are here with a couple of ladies who really have a kind of a cool job they get to talk about, and that is recognizing special people for their work and for who they are. And so, Connie, you are co-chair of the awards committee for ACB, and Katie Frederick is chair of the Board of Publications. Both of you, I know, are soliciting nominations for awards. So let's start with you, Connie. Why don't you talk to us about awards, what people need to do, and what you're looking for?
Thanks, Cindy. Thanks, Kobe. I'm happy to be here. So I am co-chair with Katie Mirth from Oregon. Carrie, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Carrie.
It's been a long couple of days. Carrie. So thank you. We are looking for awards for we had different categories. So I won't just go through the names of the categories. They are the Derwent K. McDaniel, the George Card, the James Olson, Robert Bray, Margarine Beeman, and the Affiliate Outreach. So all of them are national awards except for the Affiliate Outreach, and that is for a local chapter that a president needs to nominate one of their local chapters who has done an outreach program in their community and made a huge difference. All of the criteria is in the Braille forum for January, and we can go through a lot of that, but we have a deadline of April 1st for getting them into us. So it's coming up.
Yeah, just a couple weeks. Yeah,
a couple weeks. So before that, we are having a community call on March 24th, and we have invited Carrie too. We've kind of joined forces this year, which I think is great, more the better, to promote the BOPs and the awards. And so one last pitch right before the deadline. So we'll have that on the 24th of March. But you have to basically tell us what that person or organization, and a couple of these don't have to be ACB organizations or people, they just have to do recognition of what they've done on a national level to help the blindness community. So each category has different criteria. So everyone knows Margarine Beeman, or a lot of people do. So that's what a lot of people know. And that's the volunteer award. So she has been the queen of getting making sure all the conventions are accessible, all the hotels, making through. So that's where that one's named after. So that's what a lot of people know, that one. And then the Durward K. McDaniel is our founder of ACB. So some cool criteria for that one. And you've actually received an award. Cindy,
I
in the
did, yeah,
past.
George Card
Yes.
Award for leadership, and very big honor. Shocked. I not often am I speechless, but that particular night at the banquet, I definitely was caught speechless.
That's good. See, we love to do that. So that's
Uh-huh.
we love to surprise people and surprise. So yeah, and that's a huge honor. So that's another one.
Just very
So
much.
yeah, it's great to be able to have that to you and whoever, but it's always fun. We present them at the banquet if we can, and surprise people. That's what the fun part is, that we can surprise.
I
if we
chaired
can.
that committee, and I loved finding ways to surprise people. It was like one of my favorite parts of serving as chair was figuring out how could we get somebody in the room without them knowing they were going to receive, right?
So yeah, that's always a fun challenge, but I think it's fun. That's
It is.
part of it.
Uh-huh.
To submit stuff, you need to email both Carrie and myself, and I'm going to share our emails. So Carrie's is carrie.muth.acbo@gmail.com, and mine is koni.l.sims@gmail.com. So when you submit something, you have to submit it to both of us. But then
And of course, if anybody is not sure of those email addresses, you can always email community@acb.org, and Colby or I will send you those email addresses so you can submit them. So we won't forward them, but we will send you the information you need.
And I know some people have had questions too. So, Cindy has my contact information. So if you have questions and don't want to email, if you want to just talk, I've had a couple of people do that. Just reach out to Cindy, and Cindy can get in touch with me or share my number.
To. Yep.
So yeah, but yeah, so it's kind of fun. There's a lot of information about each of them, but really don't have a whole lot of time, and we want to give Katie some time to talk about hers. So, but yeah, so go to acb.org and look up under Awards Committee, and you'll get all the information, or the Braille Forum in January has all the criteria and information about each person.
All right, and if you don't mind sticking around in case we have a little extra time. All right, Katie, talk to us about the BOP Awards.
Yeah, so not to sound like a broken record, but we do have some similarities with the awards committee. So our deadline for the BOP Awards is April 1st as well. And those nominations need to go to the marvelous editor of the Braille Forum, Sharon Levering. And her email address is S as in Sam, LOVERING@acb.org. And she is the lucky recipient of all of the award nominations that you're going to send us. And then the BOP will have the challenging, difficult task of choosing only one award winner for each category. So because we are the Board of Publications and we focus on ACB communications, our awards are recognizing excellence in writing. So we have 3 awards that we present each year. This is assuming, of course, that we have nominations again. So April 1st is 2 weeks away. So get those nominations in. And the awards that we offer are the Ned E Freeman Award. And this award is really designed to highlight articles that were either written in the Braille Forum from April 2021 to March of 2021, or articles written in affiliate publications are also eligible as well. And those need to be submitted by the affiliate president or editor of the affiliate publication. Next, we have the Hollis Ligit Braille Free Press Award, and this is recognizing our affiliate publications. So if your affiliate has a publication that, we know a lot of them do have great publications, so feel free to nominate that for an award as well. And that's the Hollis Ligit Press Award, and that recognizes the work that goes into our affiliate publications. And the third award is the Vernon Henley Media Award. And all of these awards are great, but this is one that I really enjoy because it gives us an opportunity to recognize media who have portrayed the abilities, capabilities of people who are blind or low vision in a positive light. And I don't know about you all, but I know we can all use more positivity, especially when it comes to portraying us as individuals who are blind or low vision, right? So absolutely. Yeah, so this is your chance to highlight those programs that are doing that in our world. And really, this can be any medium, commercials, radio broadcasts, podcasts, et cetera, that are really getting the word out about people who are blind or low vision. So again, our criterion for each award is listed in the January Braille Forum. So check that out. You can find that online, as well as, if you get the hard copy as well, but you can read all about it there. There are some things to submit with each nomination, but we do look forward to the challenge of selecting one award winner for each of these well-deserved awards that we offer as the BOP.
And Katie, I served on the BOP several years ago when we first put together that Hollis Ligit Free Press Award for affiliate recognition. And if I recall right, I think there's quite a bit that needs to be submitted for that.
There does, but don't let it overwhelm you.
That's what I was going to say.
Right.
So
we want to see a couple of issues of your newsletter and just some formats of that, and just to really see, because it's awarded based on kind of the original content, diverse authorship, different authors putting in publication articles.
And it's
throughout,
the president or edit, one of them, right? Editor or president that needs to submit it.
Yes. So, yes.
Yeah. And I wanted to bring that up just so that, somebody might enjoy their newsletter a lot, but if they're a member and they're not the president or editor, they would not be able to submit that nomination. But my gosh, you certainly could encourage the powers that be in your affiliate to submit and offer to help pull stuff together or whatever, right? So it's pretty wonderful when your affiliate gets acknowledged for their work. And so many individuals go into putting these affiliate newsletters together. So really, the recognition is not just for one person, it's for many.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, you get a nice plaque with all of these, and the plaques have print and Braille on them. So that's, an extra, they're accessible plaques, and they're very nice plaques. And with the Ned E Freeman Award, that again is recognizing articles, you get a cash prize. So
yes,
I don't know about you, but I'd love $100.
Yeah. Mika won that in 2020, I believe.
Yeah, and so one caveat is that if you have one in the last 4 years, you're not eligible.
Yeah,
as well as, of course, board of directors members, BOP members, staff and contractors are not eligible either. So with those few caveats, we welcome submissions.
All right. Thank you so much. I had hoped we'd have a lot of time, but we don't. So thank you, ladies. I'm going to ask Colby to jump in and just really quickly tell us what is coming up in next. Are you there, Colby?
I'm here. Next, we have the legislative imperatives overview.
Wonderful, man. I don't know about all of you, but there are 4 of them. And I think that will be really great to get that overview kind of in a nutshell and have things really explained. Katie and Connie, thank you so much for sharing with us. We really do appreciate it. And this has been great. I know we'll see you guys again. So
get the submissions into us because we want to work.
Sure. April 1st, everybody. So, and watch your community schedule. So, all right. Thanks, everybody. We'll turn it back to the general sessions. See you guys in about an hour.
Great, thank you so much, and welcome back everyone to our second session of the Legislative Seminar. Just again, a big thank you to Dr. Sachin Pavithran, as well as Ann Summers McIntosh from the U.S. Access Board and National Council on Disability. Swatha, what did you think of that conversation?
I really enjoyed it, Clark. I got to learn a lot more about what NCD and what Access Board do. So I really enjoyed that. I really found it informative and interesting to hear. So,
and two guests that we will certainly need to have back again in the future. Last year, ACB and others submitted comments to the Department of Transportation regarding the manual on uniform traffic control devices and including accessible pedestrian signals in the public rights of way accessibility guidelines. So shame on me for letting Sachin out of here without asking him where the PROAG guidelines stand. But then also the NCD a couple of years ago released a report on reforming the Ability One program. So it's certainly something that's timely as we want to ensure employment opportunities and opportunities for upward mobility for all people who are blind and low vision in the workforce. So always exciting to be able to reach back out to them and start a conversation anew. However, Swatha, that was the last session. And here we are now preparing for our new session. So what do we have coming up in this hour, Swatha?
yeah, absolutely. So this hour we have the legislative imperative overview, as we did before, just this time shorter.
That's right. So we really want to make sure that everyone is prepared as they can be as you all are scheduling your Hill meetings with your affiliates to speak with your members of Congress and their staff. So if you've been unable to find on ACB Media, the replay of the community events where we went over the legislative imperatives, or the Advocacy Update podcasts where we discuss the legislative imperatives, we are bringing them to you. This will help supplement the materials that are on the DC Leadership Conference website. And again, if you have questions, please email them to questions@acb.org or text or call Janet Dickelman at 651-428-5059. So Swatha, let's jump right in and let's talk about one of our first legislative imperatives.
The Exercise and Fitness for All Act. So
sounds great. So tell me a little bit more about this imperative, Swatha.
So what this imperative would do is it would set regulations and guidelines for gyms and other fitness facilities to and to have or offer accessible equipment for accessible equipment like treadmills and school classes and other stuff. So
yes, this was a bill that was originally introduced, Swatha, in the 116th Congress. We're glad that Senator Duckworth in the Senate, as well as Representatives DeSaulnier and Young in the House, have reintroduced the bill. What are the bill numbers, Swatha, for the Exercise and Fitness for All Act?
yes, in the Senate it is S2504, and the House is 4756. So HR 4756.
And that is a bipartisan piece of legislation in the House. We're hoping to make it bipartisan
in the Senate. Yeah,
that's right. So you mentioned that this bill would create accessibility standards, working with our friends at the Access Board for fitness and exercise equipment. I think this bill would also have requirements for gyms and fitness facilities to have staff on hand who are trained to assist with this equipment, as well as for accessible class instruction at gym and fitness facilities.
Yeah, so it would mandate that gyms and other fitness facilities have at least one staff member that's trained in assisting a blind or low vision or a person with disability operate and access equipment. So how often have we gone into the gym and have the staff members not know how to deal with us? So
that's right.
We'll solve it. Yeah, this will help us alleviate that. So
And this bill, it really is, well, A, it's near and dear to my heart, but it's at the core of the advocacy around ACB's Get Up and Get Moving campaign as well. So not only is this one avenue that we're working to provide accessible fitness and exercise equipment, we're also working directly with manufacturers as well as fitness facilities. So last September, ACB had a joint announcement with Planet Fitness for them to purchase and install accessible fitness and exercise equipment at their 2,000 locations. But we need accessibility standards for the manufacturers to be able to build to, right?
Yeah, and the South Florida Fitness would really help in that regard, because it's one thing for Clark to say that he wants a treadmill that's accessible, but another thing for like a giant conglomerate or like a big fitness giant to say that. So
that's right. And we've actually have a special guest who hopefully can join us a little bit early here to also talk about the importance of this legislation and this imperative. Rick, are we able to play that video?
Yes, we are. Here we go.
Thank you to everyone who's joining the American Council the Blind conference. Just really appreciate being asked. And I've been very thrilled to have a bill that would help people with disabilities be able to get exercise and exercise their opportunity to take care of themselves at gyms and follow their physical exercise routine without obstacles. So our bill, the Exercise and Fitness for All Act, HR 4561, would make it easier and require the Department of Justice to come up with guidelines to make sure that you, people who suffer from blindness, will be able to get through to these facilities in a way that's convenient and assures your equal ability to get the exercise you choose to do. So I'm thrilled to do that. Thank you for your advocacy. Thanks for your input. And just want to say congratulations for all the work that you do and your tenacity to make sure that all Americans have access equally. Thanks so much.
thank you so much, Congressman. It's on the air. Yeah.
From the great state of California. So yes, in the bill, again, here in the 117th Congress in the House, it is HR 4756.
And Senate is 2504, S2504.
Yes. And I think, Swatha, an important thing for folks to keep in mind when meeting with their members of Congress is just sharing those personal stories of going to a gym. So, for example, I know if we were in person for the DC Leadership Conference or this summer at the annual conference and convention, that's right, in Omaha, there's a lot of work that goes into making the fitness facilities at those venues accessible. It's done by ACB staff working in conjunction with the hotel staff and organizers. But even still, there are many times we go to a hotel or a fitness facility that we're not familiar with, and you hope that it has a good cell service so that you can FaceTime a family member or call up Ira or Be My Eyes to navigate the equipment. Otherwise, and I know I've done this, just mashing every button I can, trying to get the machine to react so that I can get a workout in.
Yeah.
To supplement the 10,000 steps I make with the ACB walk or going from the general session to breakout rooms.
Or just drag your friend along with you and have them do it for you. So that's what I do. So
there you go. But we shouldn't always have to do that, right? Like this equipment, we know the technology exists. We've seen this done in the market before, and it's at a point now that this just needs to be a requirement. International standards have existed since 2013 to have tactile user interfaces as well as audible output. Everyone using assistive technology can always showcase that, especially if it's something as small as a smartwatch or a smartphone. Certainly, if we can have accessibility included in these devices, we can have accessibility included in much larger fitness and exercise equipment.
Yes, it's important to note to your congressman or senator that this technology already exists. So it's not like you're asking to reinvent the wheel. So
that's right. And I'm sure we'll get some additional questions on the Exercise and Fitness for All Act. But at this point, Janet will ask you to hold questions for S2504 and HR 4756 until we run through the other three. All right, which one do you want to tackle next, Swatha?
let's do the medical device accessibility act.
All right, another legislative imperative that is key to ACB's Get Up and Get Moving campaign, and also an issue that has been the subject of several ACB resolutions over the years. And that is ensuring accessibility for durable medical equipment. But this bill goes even broader than that, doesn't it, Swatha?
It does. It goes what this bill does, it would establish standards for non-visually accessible devices with digital interfaces. So it would add buttons, or it would add like a speech output to the devices. So any class 2 and class 3 medical device have digital interface would have accessibility built in. That's the goal of this bill. So
yeah, so this bill would amend the Food and Drug Cosmetics Act. Basically, when new medical devices, class 1, 2, or 3, are coming to market, manufacturers need to take into account a list of requirements provided by the Food and Drug and Cosmetics Act to be implemented by the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. And this would add to their criteria for class 2 and 3 medical devices with a digital display, as Swatha mentioned, that they need to be non-visually accessible. And if they are not non-visually accessible, double negative there, if they can only be accessed visually, then these devices will not meet the requirements of the FDA. So what are class 2 and 3 medical devices, Swatha? I guess what's a class 1 device?
So class 1, according to FDA, is a device that's non-invasive or that is minimally invasive. So like a thermometer or tongue depressor, things that you don't have to things that won't cause injury to you, that don't need an accessible interface. So.
Yeah, so for example, the chair that you sit in when you have with the armrest, when you get your blood pressure checked, that's considered a class 1 device. Class 2 and 3 devices, interact with the body, may be surgically implanted in the body. So Swatha, what are some examples of class 2 and 3 devices?
So class 2 would be like an insulin pump or glucose monitor. And class 3 would be like a pacemaker or a chemotherapy treatment. So things that go into your body, things that are implanted in your body for a period of time. So
yeah, so many of these devices that are available in the market today have digital displays like continuous glucose monitors and insulin pumps, heart monitors that you wear for 21 or 30 days. And it's these devices that need to provide non-visual access, whether that's through tactile user interfaces, audible output, but they need to be manufactured in a way that people who are blind or people who are low vision, who cannot gain access to all of the information and services available through the screen, are still able to privately and independently have access to these devices so that we can take control of our health.
Absolutely. So this bill is not, it only exists in the House as of now. So it's HR 4853 and introduced by Congressman Jan Schakowsky of Illinois. So yeah, I'm very proud of our home state right now. So.
Lots of good legislation coming out of the great state of Illinois. Swatha, another thing to highlight about HR 4853, the Medical Device Non-Visual Accessibility Act, is that this is now a bipartisan piece of House legislation.
Yeah, so there are both Republicans and Democrats sponsoring the bill in the House. So
yes, and another item that I'll highlight about the Medical Device Non-Visual Accessibility Act, and pretty soon I'm just going to say, and one more thing, and just one more thing, just over and over again. But yes, another item for this bill is that this bill is a shared legislative priority and imperative of both the American Council of the Blind and the National Federation of the Blind. So both of our organizations have affiliates for members who have diabetes, and it's an issue area that both organizations and our affiliates and members have been working on for quite some time. This bill was introduced last year, and at the strong urging of the Get Up and Get Moving campaign and ACB Diabetics in Action, we are supporting this legislation as a legislative imperative. The NFB, they held their Washington meetings in early February, and were able to get a lot more co-sponsors for this legislation. I believe the bill is now over 30 co-sponsors. Well, step aside, because now it's ACB's turn, right? We need to continue to get additional bipartisan co-sponsors for this legislation, and we need to seek a Senate companion bill for this legislation. So Swatha, as folks are meeting with their members of Congress, what are some of the important things to keep in mind and to highlight about HR 4853?
Yes, keep in mind that your congressperson, their staffers would love to hear your stories about your stories about using accessible medical devices and why it's so important that they have these, that they be accessible for blind and VIP and low vision people, and also just the impact. It's just like the impact of having access to your own health, to your like being able to manage your health independently and being able to like not be fixed at home because you can't take care of yourself. So, and you can also mention that it's bipartisan. They like that word a lot. So
yeah, and we are. It's also very relevant to this conversation, Swatha, that there is still a global pandemic.
Yeah.
So we here in the United States are reaching a point after 2 years that many of us thought that and hoped that we would have reached with the pandemic much sooner. But regardless of that, health access and health equity has been a primary focus for the nation, if not the world, right now. So what better opportunity to highlight some systemic barriers that prevent people who are blind and people who are low vision from having equal access to medical care and medical devices, than having these conversations with our members of Congress.
Exactly. During a pandemic, it can be important there. During a pandemic that we have access to our and we have to manage our own health. So
and what's the alternative? You know, if I am unable to independently operate my insulin pump or swap out the monitor that my doctor's given me to check my heart rhythm and my blood pressure, the only alternative for me is to either go to my doctor's office or
get a home health nurse.
Yeah. Or have a friend or family member in the middle of a pandemic come over and assist me with it.
Yeah.
Potentially exposing me to unwanted pathogens, putting them at risk as well, but also violating the privacy that everyone else can enjoy when taking care of their personal health conditions.
Yep. Yeah.
So this bill, never more timely that we should be advocating to build bipartisan support and seek additional co-sponsors, as well as a companion bill in the Senate for the Medical Device Non-Visual Accessibility Act, HR 4853. All right, Swatha, legislative imperative number 3.
Yeah, so the first two dealt with our health and wellness, and these last two deal with efficient access. So this one is the Website and Application Accessibility Act, or so this imperative, it's not a bill yet. We hope to get introduced. Would ask Congress to require the Department of Justice to promulgate standards for online websites and online access and online apps, so that blind people with disabilities can use the same websites as non-disabled peers.
And why is legislation necessary to ensure accessibility in the online environment?
Because rulings on this issue have not been very consistent and have not revealed the line. So yes, there are also ongoing challenges to the ADA and to our rights as blind people. So
that's right. So the Americans with Disabilities Act was written in 1990, well before the internet and online services were just a ubiquitous part of everyday life. If there was a pandemic back in 1990, heaven forbid ACB was doing a virtual conference and convention over free conference call, right? The programming would be so good, we get to hear the echo and hear it again and again and again. So here we are, though, on Zoom. And Zoom has done so much. There are services online that have done so much to bridge the social isolation and social distancing that our community has faced throughout the pandemic. But not all services are created equal, and not all services provide the same level of access to people who are deaf and hard of hearing, deaf, blind, or even to people who are blind as others. So we are seeking accessibility standards, enforceable standards to be set by the federal government. The Department of Justice has been clear since the mid-90s that they have authority over websites in the online environment. They've done this in public statements. They've done this in court filings and friend of the court briefs. They've done this through reaching settlements with either government entities or places of public accommodation who have had inaccessible websites and services. And it's these settlements and these court rulings that have not always been viewed the same by certain jurisdictions throughout the country. So what we're seeking to do here is have a new law passed, giving clear and explicit authority to the federal government to create a uniform national framework to provide enforceable accessibility standards for the virtual built environment. And so I say virtual built environment because nobody argues that the ADA covers the physical built environment, right? The brick and mortar built environment.
But as more of our interactions and dealings go online, virtual, we have it's another built environment for us. So
Exactly. And again, over the past 2 years throughout the pandemic, the virtual built environment has become just as important, if not more important than the physical built environment. You know, imagine a school district saying, yes, we need to honor your civil rights as a person with a disability when you are in person in the school classroom, but we're going to remote learning. And
you can't access anything online.
Exactly. And those those rights, those don't apply anymore here in the online space. We don't need to give you information in accessible formats like we did in person because now we're online. Or imagine having an employer who provided you your payroll, your HR, your healthcare information in an inaccessible format or through an inaccessible portal in the online space. So there are many examples. I'm sure we all encounter examples on a daily basis, not only for fun, right? Not only when we want to do a little retail therapy or get food
online,
to go,
yeah.
right?
Social media, yeah.
Exactly. But real, I mean, that entertainment is not important, but telemedicine, like we just spoke with Sachin and Ann about.
Telehealth, yeah.
How important is having equal access to telehealth and to electronic health records and patient portals? So
it also goes hand in hand with our other imperatives that like we need access to our own health and to our own health management. So
yes, and what this bill is doing, it's taking a large comprehensive look. Another way to go about this would be to either A, continue playing the current game of whack-a-mole that we are and send countless and endless complaints to the Department of Education every time a new learning platform comes along that's inaccessible, or to Health and Human Services every time there's an inaccessible website where we can't access our medical records or order prescriptions online. And we can let the offices of civil rights in those various departments and agencies just go case by case by case, just as though we'd be walking down Main Street.
Exactly. You would not go building when you're trying to legislate. So why'd you go with a website?
Exactly. This way we can have, again, a uniform national framework requiring accessibility and have those be enforceable standards. And Swath, I think it's important to note as folks are doing their Hill meetings, of course, we want them to share these real world examples. But I think one question that could come up, there's already a bill that's been introduced by Representative Ted Budd. I believe it's the Online Accessibility Act. So we should have a conversation about why is that not a good approach to addressing this issue. Do you have any thoughts on what folks should say if they get asked that question, especially folks in North Carolina?
Yeah, exactly. If I've not been familiar with that.
Sure, not a problem. I try to forget about this bill as much as possible as well. A big problem is this bill requires notification. You need to notify the entity that they're violating your civil rights. You need to wait for them to respond to your notification. Then you need to wait for them to fix it. Then you are allowed to file a complaint. And when you file a complaint, then the entity has another opportunity to respond. And all told, it gets close to 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, 2 years to figure any solutions out of it. So
exactly, really. So really, what this bill does, this Online Accessibility Act, or so-called Online Accessibility Act, it delays accessibility online. It's not written with the interest of people with disabilities at its heart. It's not written in a manner to provide equal access. It's written to delay accessibility and to delay equal access. And we shouldn't have to notify somebody that they're violating our rights before we take corrective action to curb that behavior.
I'm just thinking about it. Like you would not do this in a case of why should we do this too? So
yeah. And again, Swatha, we can sit here and keep going back and forth all day on the inaccessible websites we encounter, the inaccessible user interfaces that we find online. But I think the ones that really speak loud and clear to our members of Congress and our legislators on this issue are when you can relate it to government services, you know, state, local, or federal. If you can relate it to healthcare. When we did our
voting too.
I was going to say, when we did our community event, somebody mentioned
Voting, yeah.
being able to register to vote. I mean, what a perfect example of why we need clear, enforceable standards, and standards that are communicated, and covered entities are educated on what those standards are by the federal government, by working with departments and agencies like the Access Board and NCD to help get the word out on these issues.
Yep. And Clark, what is the last imperative? I know it's close to your heart. So
It is indeed. So our final legislative imperative for 2022 is the Communications and Video Accessibility Amendments Act. This bill has not been introduced, but we are working hard. We're working hard with our colleagues and collaborating with the deaf and hard of hearing community. And it is very similar to the efforts that ACB undertook, which led to the passage of the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act of 2010, the CVAA. So we've added one more A. This is the CVAAA for Amendments Act. So the CVAA was passed 12 years ago. 12 years. Can you imagine, Swatha?
oh my God, yeah.
This was
so small then.
This was before streaming video content was so prolific. Cord cutting wasn't even a commonplace term. Everyone was getting their video entertainment from their local broadcaster, from their cable company, their telecom company, or their satellite company. But since then, a lot of video entertainment and video communications has moved online. The CVAA covered audio description in accessible user interfaces for TVs and set-top boxes. And as of December now, other digital apparatuses. The CVAA also covered two-way text and audio communications. So what we're seeking is an update to the CVAA, an amendment that would expand what is required to be audio described, not just 87.5 hours per quarter for covered broadcasters and cable programmers, but all, that's right, all video content. Every broadcaster, not just the top 80 designated market areas, but all 210 designated market areas would be required to pass through audio description. Not only the top 4 broadcasters and top 5 cable programmers, but all programmers would be required to pass through audio description. And for advanced communication services, not only would text communications and audio or voice communications be required to be accessible, but we would require the Federal Communications Commission to define and create enforceable standards for video communications services. So whether that's a platform that you're currently viewing and participating, the ACB Legislative Seminar, but also potentially video communication services. And I'm starting to sound like a broken record, like you use in the classroom, like you use in the workplace, or like you use when communicating with your doctor in a telehealth appointment.
Exactly.
Yes, the FCC would create and enforce accessibility for video communications services. So ultimately, we seek a world where all video content is accessible, certainly extending those requirements to the online streaming services. And there we need to ensure that they have accessible user interfaces so that we can navigate to and play and control the video content. But then that video content should be audio described as well. And we're working on some additional items in this legislation, and we want to ensure the quality of audio description. And as many folks who are involved in the audio description project know, as well as those who follow the Federal Communication Commission's Disability Advisory Committee, audio description quality has really three main components, and that's the writing of the audio description, the voicing of the audio description, as well as the sound or audio engineering, how the audio description is mixed into the video content, how much audio ducking is used, is it delivered to the consumer at the same high level of audio quality that our sighted peers have come to expect with surround sound and Dolby Atmos and things like that. Heaven forbid we start watching a movie that's available in surround sound, but the audio description is only available in mono or only coming out of the left speaker channel, and things like that. So quality is just important. Some may even say more important to an audience only relying on their sense of hearing, who is not getting any of the visual aspects of the video programming. So we want to ensure that the highest levels of quality are there in audio description as well.
Mm-hmm.
So Swatha, we've got two legislative imperatives that have bill numbers, others that for the website and Applications Accessibility Act and the Communications and Video Accessibility Amendments Act. Those two, we're just trying to educate and inform our members of Congress and staff, and we're asking them to
support introduction.
Yes, once the bill's introduced, to co-sponsor and support these legislation.
Mm-hmm.
So at this time, I think we're ready for Janet to see if we have any questions from the audience.
Let's do it. Let's go. Janet,
Oh, we do. All right. One question that people have been asking, and I know you're going to cover this, but I think we should cover it maybe right now, is again, where do you find the Hill documents? If you could give the website as to where to find that information.
Absolutely. And that's something that we can share over the lists again as well.
Mm-hmm.
But they are available on through the acb.org website. And that information is on the event page for the DC Leadership Conference.
That's also on the homepage too.
So and you can link to it from the ACB homepage.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, it's on the top headline. So.
And does that also include the forms for the Hill visits and the legislative imperatives that you can print and or email or hand out to the representatives?
Yeah, the forms are going to be mailed out, are going to be sent out in like today or tomorrow. And
okay.
The documents are going to be, they're online as well.
All right, so people have been asking those questions. Thank you so much. All right, I had a question about accessible exercise equipment, and the questioner wanted to know if this would also apply to community living facility, to homeowners associations and condo community groups.
You know what? That is a good question that I do not know the answer to. So I would have to follow up with that question. I was excited to hear from our last panel from the National Council on Disability that they are working in supporting efforts to require accessible fitness and exercise facilities and equipment for hospitals and for park districts. But currently, as I think the bill is written, I don't know if it would cover homeowners associations. It certainly would cover, universities, government facilities, public housing, and things of that nature.
All right, thank you, Clark. And we had a couple of questions about the web accessibility for the web accessibility, and concerns about, are we worried that the DOJ will determine that this only applies to companies, say, that have 100 employees or more, or that have a certain financial presence?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And I would say I'm not worried about that. One of the main reasons I'm not worried about that is because the third-party vendors and companies, the software manufacturers who are developing these online tools, who license them to companies, even companies with less than 100 employees, like that's not their target market, right? They're making these for many companies of all sizes. And even if somehow the Department of Justice decides that companies with less than 100 employees are not going to be covered, those companies still need to purchase these software licenses. And the companies developing that software are still going to be required to make those services accessible. So I'm not very concerned about that. I think that this legislation is going to go a long way to just raising the bar of accessibility, so that accessibility is included at the front end of design, testing, and development, and is not just a bolt-on at the end of the process, because they're going to want to be able to sell these products to as many companies and as many people as possible. And they're not going to want to have multiple versions that they have to support. They're not going to say, okay, here's the inaccessible version, but for everyone else, here's the accessible version. No, they'll just make one and it'll be accessible for all of us.
That's wonderful news. And of course, this applies to, someone asked, and I'm sure the answer is yes, this applies to places like electric companies and banks, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. And then we had someone who asked from the last session, he wanted to know what CIO, TIO, and EO are.
Sure. So a bit of an alphabet soup. So
that's exactly what he said.
Yeah. So from the last session, Sachin and Ann were talking about an executive order from the Biden administration.
That's the EO.
Yes, that the president signed. And CIO is Chief Information Officer. So they were discussing the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility executive order. And what that executive order has done to raise the profile of accessibility within the federal government, and saying that has caught the attention of the chief information officers within the various federal departments and agencies to make accessibility a top priority.
And everybody's really excited about this accessibility, because I'm getting questions saying, does this apply to kiosks, and will this apply to restaurants? And of course, the answer is yes. So those of you who've asked those questions, I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you, but it would apply to everything. So that's wonderful.
And Janet, that's a great point, because the bill's called the Website and Applications Accessibility Act. I think some folks would probably like it to be called the Metaverse Accessibility Act, because it's not just websites anymore, right? We don't only access information through our web browser at swathanandakumar.com, but there are portals there that we use for healthcare or employment. There are applications on our computer, phones, and tablets, but there's also virtual reality and augmented reality. There are algorithms. There are tablets and kiosks that we use to access online information or information that appears like a website or like online digital content. So all of this and all of these user interfaces need to be covered when we're talking about the Website and Applications Accessibility Act.
Yeah, much like mentioned on Saturday with Braille, like the software kiosks.
The ice cream, the soft serve, yes.
Janet, you had another question from the previous session that I think is a good one to revisit. So there was an individual who said that they use a large screen display to access either their insulin pump or their continuous glucose monitor.
Yes.
And
And she wanted to make sure that that those continued to be supported and not just talking pieces of equipment.
Sure. So what we're working on, it wouldn't impact your ability to use your large monitor at all. We're not saying, rob Peter to pay Paul. We're not saying take away accessibility from those who have visual access. We're just saying that you need to add non-visual access as well. So it's great for those who do have the ability to interact with the touch screens and see the visual display. But for everyone who does not have that access, we need to ensure that there's non-visual access, whether that's a tactile user interface, audio output, and things like that.
And
It's
then
not
I had
either
some,
or.
go ahead, Swatha.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, no, go ahead. You got it, Dan.
No, it was a good point, Swatha. Go ahead and make it.
It's not either or here. It's all of everything in the space.
Exactly.
I also had someone say that if it's wonderful if we go to, especially talking about the kiosks and making medical appointments and that type of thing. And she wanted to know that if she doesn't have an iPhone, can I still call my doctor's office? Well, of course, this doesn't change anything, as you said, with the glucometers. This isn't changing any current practices, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Correct. Yeah, if you're able to call your doctor now, you'll still be able to call your doctor in the future. The problem is that and maybe not your doctor, but many doctors are allowing patients or are even preferring that their patients use telemedicine portals, electronic health records, and are requiring their patients to check in online or check in using an inaccessible kiosks. All of those services need to be made accessible. For doctors who are taking video appointments, those video players need to be made accessible. Our friends in the deaf and hard of hearing community are advocating strongly for closed captioning and American Sign Language to be available so that they can communicate with the doctors. Well, it's just as important for us to ensure that the materials our doctors are sharing with us are accessible. They're not an inaccessible PDF, but there's something that we can read. If there are forms that need to be filled out, we need the capability to accessibly complete those forms. And if our doctor is requiring a video appointment, we need to have access to the player controls to be able to start and stop and mute and unmute, just like we're doing here in the leadership conference. For whatever service our doctors are using, we need the ability to have access to that service, just like all other patients.
And then I had one final question, and I'm not really sure if this is, but I'm going to ask it. What she was talking about is we've all had our horror stories when we've gone to a doctor's office or a hospital where we feel that as a blind or visually impaired person, we're not treated well by the provider. And is any of that addressed in this legislation? Is there any kind of thought for standardizing, maybe teaching, or, I believe that's what she was getting at.
Yes, that is. So this legislation is focused on the underlying technology, not necessarily the human or professional training.
Okay.
What I will say though, Janet, is for this individual to be sure to tune in tomorrow during the breakout sessions where ACB's Get Up and Get Moving campaign. We'll talk about that very issue and why, as a person with a disability, it is so important to be a patient advocate and how to advocate for our health.
Good. All right. And that's all that I have at the moment.
All right. Well, if folks have additional questions, please email questions@acb.org or call or text Janet
at 651-428-5059.
Oh boy, now you both have my number memorized. Uh-oh.
All right. And Swatha, in addition to our legislative imperatives, there's been a couple other items that have come up here over the past week that I think are significant to highlight as well. So,
yeah, so Congressman Gus Bilirakis and Congressman Maloney introduced the Medicare Demonstration of Coverage for Low Vision Devices Act. I think so I said it.
You got it right the first try. Nice. Not easy.
Look at that.
Yeah.
So what this bill would do is it would create like a program or demonstration program where Medicare would cover like a low vision devices used for low vision, so like a magnifier or a CCTV. So things that you use for daily living. So
yeah, video magnifiers, the really cool technology, right?
Yeah.
But that's also really expensive, and that's what this
expensive.
demonstration would do. It would set aside $12.5 million over 5 years for doctors to be able to prescribe and have Medicare pay for these low vision devices. As Ann Summers McIntosh from National Council on Disability stated, this is really an health equity concern, that folks who cannot afford them still have access to low vision devices so that they can live independently and integrated in their community.
Yeah.
This is something that's been a legislative imperative for ACB for a number of years. It is not a legislative imperative this year.
It was last year.
It was last year. And last year we advocated quite strongly and encouraged our members and affiliates to do so as well, to try to include full vision and low vision coverage in the stimulus package and in Build Back Better, the bill being considered by Congress. And we thought we were successful at a point in time, but eventually the price tag got trimmed.
Yeah,
and
it just didn't happen.
Yeah, Medicare coverage got taken out. That was not a bipartisan effort, though, either. I think it's important to note.
Not. Yeah, this one is though. This one is though. So
this bill is bipartisan, and it is. It's not the solution that we all know is necessary. It's not full low vision coverage. It's not removal of the eyeglass exemption, where Medicare, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services say they won't cover anything with a lens, which
just
applies,
frankly just doesn't make sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Applies to glasses and contacts, but also applies to low vision devices. But what this bill is a bipartisan way to keep the conversation about low vision coverage going. There are over a dozen organizations that support this legislation: ACB, Alliance of Aging and Vision Loss, AAVL,
AFB, right?
Yep, American Foundation for the Blind, Blinded Veterans Association, and the Council of Citizens with Low Vision International, CCLVI. The bill is also bipartisan, not only in its sponsors, but in its 24 original co-sponsors as well. So if you have extra time in your meeting, if you're an affiliate where this issue is front and center to you, please feel free to advocate and build support for the Medicare Demonstration of Coverage for Low Vision Devices Act of 2022. Swatha, another item I think it's important to highlight. I was joking earlier that Sachin from the Access Board escaped without being asked about the public rights of way accessibility guidelines and the inclusion of accessible pedestrian signals. Don't worry, well, he knows where we stand on this. He has a copy of ACB's comments that were filed at the Department of Transportation for the manual on uniform traffic control devices, and we'll keep pushing for the inclusion of accessible pedestrian signals.
It's also very relevant to your work in New York City and in Chicago.
Exactly, and some big news out of Chicago last week, Swatha.
Yeah, so it was granted status, I believe, right? Status?
Yes, class action status. So this is a lawsuit that ACB's Metro Chicago chapter has brought along with disability rights advocates against the Chicago Department of Transportation and 3 individual plaintiffs. And this lawsuit was granted class status, meaning it is on behalf of all people who are blind, low vision, or
deafblind.
Or similarly affected by the inaccessible infrastructure there in the city of Chicago. All right, Swatha, quick quiz. Chicago has over 2,800 signalized intersections, meaning that have lights for cars and walk and don't walk signs for pedestrians. How many of those have accessible pedestrian signals?
At least 20, but not 130, I think, right?
That's right. Not even 1%.
No.
Not even 1%.
Yeah, I know.
Of the intersections in Chicago have
That's
accessible
abysmal.
pedestrian signals. Yeah. So, everyone who's blind and low vision, everyone who's deafblind, we've learned either through training or from personal experience, orientation and mobility skills, how to navigate cities, how to use what information we have available to us, either visually or audibly, to navigate infrastructure. But the infrastructure is changing, it's evolving. There are new technologies that are used that don't always allow us to receive information from the flow of traffic. And it can also be a very noisy environment, certainly in the city of Chicago, where they have many
trains and buses and everything else around the area.
And train lines that go overhead make it very difficult to hear the environmental traffic noises. So having accessible pedestrian signals that make noise, that vibrate, are crucial, critical to ensuring safe and equal access to the built environment, to the navigation services offered to all other citizens. So we were excited about the court case and the court ruling regarding accessible pedestrian signals in New York City last December. We're equally excited about this step forward in Chicago, but there's still a long way for this case to go.
Absolutely.
So, Janet, any more questions?
We had a question, and I know you touched on it about the medical devices, but I had a question about what all of these legislative imperatives, what the cost would be, how we can talk to our senators and congressmen about costs. And then I had another question, and I'm sure you're going to talk about this a little bit, but you talked about sharing your stories when you're talking to your legislatures. And this individual said, well, what if I don't have a story about accessible medical devices? And of course, it doesn't have to be your personal story. Maybe it's someone else's, or it doesn't have to be a story. You can just recount the facts, correct?
Let's talk about how it impacts
In general. Yep.
Exactly. You know, whether it's your story or you're sharing the story of a friend, a family member, a parent, or a child, you know, even if it's not your medical device, if you are assisting a child or you are assisting a parent or someone else, it's still important that this equipment is designed to be accessible. And then the question about cost, this is a question that everyone likes to ask the disability community when they're spending $3, $4, and $5 trillion on everything else, is how much is this going to cost? And again, these solutions already exist. This technology exists. What we are requiring is that accessibility is built in from the beginning, where it is least expensive to do so, not bolted on and retrofitted after the fact. It is more expensive to, to tear up the road to fix something that was done incorrectly the first time. It is less expensive to make everything accessible and usable by everyone from day one. So, and that I think brings us to the end of our session here. Thank you everyone for your questions. If you have additional questions that were not answered here today, you can always email Swatha and me at
advocacy@acb.org.
That's right, advocacy@acb.org. And like we do on these imperatives and all other issues,
keep advocating.
Right. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody, to this Connect show. And we are just really glad to have you with us as everybody is moseying to their breakouts. I'm Cindy.
I'm Colby.
And we are just so grateful to be able to be a part of this leadership conference. And mostly, I am extremely excited because one of my dear friends is here as our guest. So Leslie Spoon, Queen of the Auction, Queen of Donations, Queen of Yoga and Exercise, and definitely a Queen friend. Hi, Les.
Hi, Cindy. Hi, Cody. Thanks for having me. You're like my queen also. I'm in awe of you guys. It's amazing. You guys are
I affectionately refer to you as the First Lady of ACB.
Oh, gosh. Oh my goodness. Well,
it's affectionately. You can't turn that one away, Les.
Yeah, you can't.
All right. So we've got an auction coming up this year. And even if we are doing in-person parts of convention, this auction is not. And so talk to us about what it's going to look like this year.
Sure. I'd love to, Cindy. Thank you for the opportunity to both of you. So yeah, we are kicking off the convention this year with the auction, the ACB Summer Auction this year. So that's pretty exciting. It will be virtual, and it will be June 18th, which is a Saturday. So that's a little different also. We thought we'd do it on a Saturday. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then people can recover on Sunday, you know.
And take a look at their bank statements or transactions.
Oh, no. Don't do that till Monday.
Monday.
Till Monday or after you get your item and you say, yay!
Yay! Exactly. Yeah.
It's all for a good cause. It goes to ACB, all the proceeds strictly to ACB, community and engagement. And it's just, that one of your words, we stole one of your words, engagement and power and embrace.
I love it.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. And then of course, we will have the appetizer auction on Thursday, June 16th and Friday, June 17th, which is so cool here in the Spoon household because I work. It's so fun.
You like appetizers, huh, Les?
We love appetizers. Yeah. And it's so much fun, because when we started this idea, I have to give kudos to Michael Garrett, who's on the committee. It was actually his idea of coming up with this a couple of years ago, when we did the Easy Chair auction. I believe the first year we were virtually. And I thought, we said, let's do an appetizer because some people can't make it to the main event and would like to see some of the items. And it gives people another opportunity to bid, and it's email easy and phone. You can use your phone. So you can do anyway. And then it's also so cool because, you can see the bids go out on the emails throughout the day. So with the update. So everybody, it's been such.
And they get to talk to you.
Yeah, they get to talk to me.
Yeah.
And Dan. Somebody called last year and they said, "Is this Dan Spoon?" And he said, "This is the auction house."
Oh, that's great.
They thought they were talking. They said, "President Spoon," and he says, "Nope, auctioneer."
Oh my gosh.
A new title. I was like, "That's your new title?" He says, "Yeah, just for the appetizer auction."
Oh, that's great.
So that's fun. And we have a lot of good items. And the other good thing with the appetizers, we do have a deadline, which we try and really stick to. But if you can't make it in, you know me, Cindy, I never turn anything down. So, the day of, somebody will call me and they're like, "I want to put this in." And I'm like, "Great. If you don't mind it being in the appetizer, it'll be in, and it might go on day 2, but hey, it makes it in." So that's the really cool thing with the appetizers.
And isn't it amazing all the people and affiliates that support and businesses that support the auction? So we end up with lots and lots of donations from people who just want to give and support our work, which is, I think, just amazing as well.
I do too. It's amazing every year. This is my favorite time of the year, leadership. I mean, I miss seeing you and Colby and getting to meet Colby and have hugs from her.
Me too.
But this is my favorite time of the year. I get to call people and bug people and say, and would you like to donate again? And they say, "That's that pesky Leslie calling me again."
And it's so hard to say no to you. I mean, look at, you already asked me and I'm like, yeah, I'll figure something out.
I'm going to ask Colby too. Yeah, Colby, don't be shy now. I'll be hitting you up. Don't worry.
Okay.
I got ideas for you, Colby. I got some ideas. Yeah.
All right.
The staff, and I just can't commend you guys enough. The staff over the holiday and the last year's summer auction. Oh my goodness, the staff just went up and beyond. I mean, it was amazing. Sharon and you, Cindy, and Kelly Gask, and Nancy always gives her beautiful blankets. And let's see, I haven't hit up Lane yet, but Lane used to contribute in the past. I think I might have to hit him up this year.
I think you might.
Yeah. And Eric, Eric and Dan, we auction them off, every year. Lunch with them, not actually them off, but with lunch with them. So that's so nice that they keep doing that, and Kim did it in the past. So the Charleston household, OMG, they outdo themselves.
The baking that Brian does, my gosh, right?
Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's crazy. And my committee's really stepped up, the committee, the auction committee, everybody on the committee gives something. Zelda and Karen Bishop, OMG, I can't say enough about her. Oh my gosh. She just gives and gives. What she has. And the she makes, I mean, I've already gotten it, and it's I want to open the box and say, "Oh, sorry, Carrie, it was lost." But no, I never do that. I never open any of the boxes. I've already started
Leslie,
to get
how
items.
much did we make last year at the auction? Do
Oh
you know?
boy.
Do you remember? Was it?
Oh, I believe it was 42,000.
Just amazing. I mean, I remember when we were in the teens, and then when we got to to 20 and thought we were doing great. But this is just, it's amazing. It's grown. And the virtual auction, I feel like it's just opened it up to so many more people. And we used to talk about this on the committee, right? About how the auction, really, we were just catering. We had this little sphere of people, not little, because we would have like up to 300 people in the room, but we couldn't maximize it any more than that. It was kind of limited to who was at convention. And well, in true fashion of the last 2 years and doing things virtually and hopefully hybrid, but virtually we've learned that if we are able to do it virtually, we are opening it to anybody that wants to participate. And
So many more people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we really are, guys, because even in the community, thank you to you guys, the community, I have the community people in the community, members in the community now donating that I never even knew of.
exactly. Yeah.
She donated some beautiful stuff. Roberta McCall, just for instance, those two come to mind. I don't want to ever start naming people. I'll just forget people, me. So it's just amazing the community has stepped up. And Belinda, Belinda's giving her assistant technology again, or I've already hit her up and, she's doing that again. And it's awesome.
It is. Everybody gets to take part in however they can, right? That's
oh yeah. Yeah.
And participating is a lot of fun and addictive, and people, they get real serious about their bidding, and it's become quite entertaining. One of the cool observations that has been made is the number of people that listen to the auction on ACB Media. They cannot bid when they're listening on ACB Media, but it doesn't matter. They're just listening and laughing and enjoying, and so
it's fun. It's so much fun. I gotta tell you, Lucy knows how to bid.
She does, and she's quick, isn't she?
She's quick.
She just spits it out.
And you
200,
she's taught, and
300,
which I think is funny. Jamaica Miller. She taught Jamaica. I was on an auction last week. Jamaica was on, and Jamaica's like, blah blah, and I'm like, you tell her how to bid.
That's awesome. That's
so
great.
Awesome. I love it. Yeah.
So any final thoughts before we end? I'm so excited to have you with us. And
well, thank you for having me.
Talking about the auction.
The deadline, if you want to get descriptions into me is May 1st.
Okay.
Don't take stuff. I never turn anybody down, but if you want descriptions and you want to have it in the main auction, which is Saturday, June 18th, please get me the descriptions by May 1st.
It really does help such a great deal. There's a lot of work behind the scenes to get this all put together. So
yeah. I have to say something a little bit humbling. So because the auction's so near and dear to me, and my friend Cindy, this would never be possible without you and Brenda and Jeff. You guys,
it was amazing. It's just amazing.
I believe it's like the 15th year of the auction.
That's crazy, isn't it? What's the theme this year?
ACB Summer Auction.
All right, that works for me. And this is the first year. This auction, though, is supporting the work of community and membership engagement. And that is really exciting and something we can all wrap our hearts around, I think. So
that's correct. Yeah. So whatever you give, your talent, what does Dan say? Talent, treasure, and time.
Yep.
Community this year for the summer auction.
Yes. Thank you so much, Leslie.
Thank you.
Before we change over and hand it back, Colby, can you go really quickly through the 3 breakouts?
Yep. So breakout room 1, we've got how may affiliates assist the ACB National Office and staff with the implementation of resolutions. You can hear that on ACB Media 6. In breakout room 2, we have different levels of advocacy for transportation, pedestrian, and environmental access at the federal, state, and local levels. That's on ACB Media 7. And breakout 3 is Hill etiquette and role playing on ACB Media 8.
All right. And we will be back right after those breakouts at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. So we'll see you then. Thank you, Leslie. Thanks, Colby. See y'all. Have fun. All right, well, welcome back, everybody, to the Last Connect show for today, until at least the wrap up that will be held in Spanish with Gabe and Swatha right at the end of today's sessions. But for now, you get myself, Cindy, and
Colby.
Colby. It's like Cindy and Colby show. Anyway, we're having a good time, really, and hope you are too. Today, or at least right now, we have two guests. We're going to start with Michael Garrett, representing the MMS program, and he'll tell you all about that. And then we're going to hear from our crafting queen, Kayla Allen. So let's first go to Michael. Hi, Michael.
Hi, and hello, everybody. Welcome to this legislative seminar. I just want to talk briefly about MMS. I'm representing the MMS team, or the monthly monetary support team. And what it is you, our listeners and friends, and anybody who wants to have a chance to monetarily support ACB. And we do that because it enhances the services and projects that ACB delivers to the blind and visually impaired community. The benefit of that is that everybody in our community can enhance their lives. And so in this program, we've been giving some incentives for those who are a part of MMS. If you will renew or increase your contribution by at least $5, or new contributors come in at a minimum of $10, you can be added to our drawing for a $25 Amazon gift card. Today is the last day to get the Amazon gift card, and tomorrow your name will go in the drawing for a $100 gift card. Yesterday's winner was Ned Dixon.
Yeah,
So
she's one of our hosts.
She's
Yeah.
one of our hosts. Yes.
Yeah.
She hosted some of our meetings. So so congratulations to Ned. And so we're just hoping that we get many more people to join. How can you do that? You can go to askacbmms at gmail.com. That's askacbmms at gmail.com. Or during the hours of 9 to 5, you can call 888-999-3190, and you will get a return call and take your information. And in lieu of those communications efforts, if they don't meet your satisfaction, just call the ACB office in Minneapolis.
All right. And Michael, I am going to up mine $5. So if you want to convey that to the powers that be, they know how to get a hold of me. So would you do that for me?
I surely will.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. You're an example for the rest of the folks.
It's pretty painless. See how easy that was? That was way too easy. This is kind of easier than like setting up a table and like waiting for people to come to you, right? You get to talk to a lot of people at once, right here and now.
Right now. This is great. This is great.
All right.
Thank you very much, Cindy.
Thanks. Thank you. And I'm going to count on you letting Jean or whoever needs to know that I'm doing that, and because I want to be in the drawing. I mean,
all right. Very
good. Yeah.
All
right. Thank you so much. Thanks, Michael.
Sure.
All right. And before we go to Kayla, would you mind, Colby, letting people know about how they can learn more about the mini mall?
Yes, I can certainly do that. You can send an email to mall@acb.org, or you can call
I know the number by heart.
Yep, 877-969-6255, or an easy way to remember that is MALL.
Yep, 969 MALL. All right, thank you, Colby. And now we talked about community earlier today and some of the many different types of calls, but one type of call in particular has become a community of their own within our community, and that is our crafters, our crazy crafters. My gosh, sometimes they have things like 5 days a week. It's just, I mean, when I think about how it started in June of 2020, 1 hour, twice a month, and within a couple months, it was like a wildfire. And Kayla, I know you kind of slipped in with, in the beginning, just being asked to kind of join in. And then next thing you know, you are leading the way. I know you have a lot of help, but it has definitely been a delight to work with you and Courtney, and just to see this crafting community flourish. And so why don't you tell us a little bit about what you guys are doing? What kinds of classes do you have, and anything else you want to share?
Awesome, thank you. So yeah, we got started last June, and in the first year we did 52 events. The following year we did almost 200, just shy. We were at 197. I haven't counted this year because I don't know if I can count that high. We've seen an increase again. But we offer a variety of classes that are 95% taught by blind people. We do have a couple sighted volunteers that do help out. We've made many connections. Cindy mentioned earlier, Mitzi Kits. Tammy from Mitzi Kits comes in. She provides kits and instruction, and she's one of our sighted peers. We've also made some connections with the Hadley School for the Blind, and I've worked closely with them and the crafting calls that they produce and they promote as well. As Cindy had mentioned earlier, we do offer a variety of ongoing fiber arts classes, and that includes crochet, loom knitting, and needle knitting, and all three of those meet 2 times per month. And we offer both beginner and advanced classes in those. And then we have a variety of other classes that I kind of just put into a general craft category. So this could be anywhere from Braille drawings, which we have at 5 p.m. this afternoon. So if you guys want to participate in that, we'll be drawing a piece of pie for Pie Day. We do pony beading. We have at least 1 or 2 paper craft events each month. So you can make cards to send out to your families. Just a variety of things.
Wine cork stuff too. Like I know you guys have done stuff with the wine cork.
So we just incorporated. We'll have Tipsy Tuesday once a month where we do a wine cork class on a Tuesday evening.
Oh my gosh, that is awesome.
We have Crafty Gap Fridays where we get together and we chat. Sometimes we have a topic, sometimes we just have open chat. We now offer a book club. So we'll be reading, we've done this, we started this back in December, where we'll be reading a craft book each month, both nonfiction and fiction. It just has to have some sort of a crafting element to it. And I will say last month's book is a series, and I'd say at least half the people started the second book. Some read on to book 5 already. So pretty impressive. This is not what I thought it was going to be when we started, but I am so grateful to have the opportunity to be part of it. And I'm just so grateful for the team of ladies I work with. They are tremendous. They help out so much, and they help me keep on track and all of that as well, and make it so I don't have to do everything, because there is a lot. We do also have a listserv, a Facebook page. yeah, so that's kind of
So
where
what
we
is the
are.
email address if they wanted
Yeah.
to, your email address? I know something like ACB Crafters.
acbcrafters@gmail.com if you want any more information. And I send out a weekly email that has all our scheduled events coming up. So I'll send that out on Wednesday. And I have some classes already scheduled in August. So
And if somebody wanted to bring their skill set, teach a class, do they just email you at that
absolutely,
Gmail address?
yeah. So
Okay.
if you have a talent you would like to share with us, that's where most of our classes come from. I would say 90% of them are just other people in the community who have a skill that they're willing to share with us. So if you are that person and have an idea for a class, whether you want to lead it or you want someone else to lead it, please send me an email to acbcrafters@gmail.com. And I would love to work with you. Courtney and I have gotten together with people ahead of time, gone through the course with them if they didn't feel comfortable teaching on their own. And then we are there to support you 100% of the time you would be on the call.
And Kayla, I know you have your own little crafting office, whatever, that has been created for you at home.
It's my crafty cottage.
Your crafty cottage. I couldn't think of the words you used. But you also landed a job.
I did.
And crafting is your love, right? So
it is.
tell really briefly your job and what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was doing my volunteer work here with ACB as content as can be. I told my mom on a Saturday I need a job so I can pay for more craft supplies. Sunday afternoon, I got a job offer for a job that didn't exist. I didn't apply for, but they saw me doing what I was doing here and offered me a job. So now I work with Future Insight. They're out of New Hampshire and I'm in Arizona. And they reached out to me, offered me a job, and now I am and I do craft classes and social calls with them as well.
Amazing. I mean, just such a win-win, right?
Absolutely. And I still get to stay here.
And you still get to stay here, which I remember that was really a concern for you.
It was.
Yeah. So what is your favorite craft? What is your favorite thing to do? What is your
my favorite always to go to is crochet.
Yeah. All right.
It's something that it's one of my first crafts I learned before, after basket making, which I absolutely love as well. But it's one of those things I learned how to do when I was in junior high, and I'm ADD. So I sat in class through high school and I crocheted and my grades went up.
Oh my gosh. Amazing. Thank you so much, Kayla. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to turn this over to Colby really quick to tell us what's coming up for the rest of the time.
Yes. So we've got next up a presentation from the Federal Communications Commission about broadband adoption and disability rights. So being included as people with disabilities in digital accessibility and inclusion. And then at 6 p.m. there is the Spanish wrap-up show with Swatha and Gabe. And that will conclude things for today.
That's amazing. So Kayla, thank you for all you do. I know that you contribute endless hours to crafting. And we heard from Kenneth yesterday about the DKM program. And we know that you were one of the people selected last year.
I'm honored to be one.
And it was really, it had a lot to do with your work in our community. So thank you so much for all you do. And I've already gotten to meet you once. I can't wait to see you in Omaha and get another big hug when we're going to have, like, we were talking about this before we came on air. We are trying to organize a big community hug fest.
Yes.
So we're all about it. Anyway. All right, Colby, we'll see you tomorrow. And
absolutely.
Yep. Back to the general sessions. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you, Rick. And thank you everyone for joining us for the DC Leadership Conference and the first day of the Legislative Seminar. Thank you, Cindy Hollis and Colby Garrison for an awesome job with the Connect shows. And Swatha, thank you for your participation in leadership on one of our 3 breakout panels. Swatha, how was the breakout session that you helped host?
I think it went well. We had a lot of good feedback. We had a lot of good advice and good sessions. So yeah, great meeting, I think.
And due to the amazing work of Rick and Larry and everyone from ACB Media, I was using the ACB Link smartphone app and bouncing around between Media 6, 7, and 8. I certainly enjoyed hearing from Beth Osborne about the advocacy related to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. But I'm also excited for our final general session here today, where we're going to talk with some of ACB's partners from government. You know, a lot of the items we've talked about thus far have been focused on the need for accessible technology, what we can do in terms of advocacy, what has been done in years past with the passage of the Communications and Video Accessibility Act. But we know that there's still plenty more that can be done. And we're excited to have several folks from the Federal Communications Commission, where ACB is an active member of the Disability Advisory Committee, as well as the Consumer Advisory Committee. And we know we have a good partner in the FCC. But before we hear from our guests and introduce them, we do have a special message that we can play here, Rick, in the form of a video from Senator John Thune from South Dakota.
Hi, I'm Senator John Thune from the great state of South Dakota. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. First and foremost, I want to thank each of you for the work you do for the visually impaired community in South Dakota and across the country. Your work to advocate for inclusive public policies that improve the independence, quality of life, and economic opportunity for this community is incredibly important. One area where we have partnered to achieve those goals is the integration of automated vehicles on our nation's roadways. Advancements in technology like the development of automated vehicles have the power to drastically improve the quality of life for the Americans that you serve. AVs will change the way that we move in numerous ways, making the transportation system safer, more efficient, and more accessible. Individuals whose mobility is currently limited, including Americans with disabilities, could gain new independence with the deployment of automated vehicles, allowing them to work or visit friends and family safely and easily. Given the potential I see in automated vehicles, I've been working to develop a bipartisan regulatory framework for their safe testing and deployment. I'll continue to work on efforts to harness the safety, quality of life, and economic benefits of this critical emerging technology. I've also been a longtime champion of expanding internet service and broadband to underserved communities. This is especially critical for Americans with disabilities who rely on the internet for support. I'm committed to helping advance these technologies because I know their power to improve the quality of life for South Dakotans and Americans across the country. Thank you again for the invitation to speak with you today, and thank you for your advocacy on this important issue. Your efforts are important to ensure these Americans get the proper services and support. I hope the rest of your meeting is productive and informative. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And thank you, Senator Thune, for your leadership when it comes to more accessible transportation in the National Autonomous Vehicle Framework, but also your leadership with broadband deployment, availability, and adoption. And that's one of the topics that we're going to hear from our guests here today. So first, I would like to introduce our 3 guests, and then I'll turn it to the first one to begin the presentation from the Federal Communications Commission here today. So first, from the FCC's Media Bureau, we have Michael Scurato. And Michael is the Assistant Chief of the Policy Division at the Media Bureau. Then we'll hear from Lyle Ishida, and Lyle is the Chief of Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division within the Consumer and Government Affairs Bureau. And then last but not least, friend of ACB, Mr. Daryl Cooper, attorney in the Disability Rights Office of the FCC. So Michael, welcome, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Clark. And hello, everybody. I'm really honored to be virtually joining all of you this evening in the midst of ACB's 2022 Leadership Conference. I'm hoping you all continue to have an informative and successful convening. As Clark mentioned, my name is Michael Scrotto. I work in the FCC's Media Bureau. I'm a white male in my late 30s with medium-length black hair and black glasses. I came to the Media Bureau by way of the Enforcement Bureau, and after working for two commissioners, former Commissioner Mignon Clyburn and Commissioner Jeffrey Starks, and I've been working on accessibility issues at the Commission for the better part of the last 2 years, ever since I joined the Media Bureau. I've been focusing primarily on the accessibility of video programming. I know that Lyle and Daryl will touch on some other aspects of the agency's work. But I'm really glad to be sitting next to them for what I'm sure will be a spirited Q&A session. And truly, we love coming to these events because, I think in the Q&As, we end up learning a lot from you all as to what you're seeing and what's going on. So let me dive right in. Since the enactment of the CVAA in 2010, the Media Bureau has worked with many others in the Commission too, and I'm quoting legislative history here, to ensure that individuals with disabilities are able to fully utilize communication services and equipment and better access video programming. So pursuant to the authority granted to us by Congress, we've worked closely with Daryl and Lyle and our colleagues in the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau and Disability Rights Office, the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau, the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, agency leadership, and many of the stakeholders in this virtual room, with a focus on making sure that we're doing everything we can under the power given to us by Congress to ensure that video programming and communication services are fully accessible. At the Commission, we understand that vindicating these accessibility goals is not a trivial matter. People who are blind and visually impaired watch just as much video programming as sighted people do and pay significant amounts of money for devices and subscriptions. TV and video programming is inextricably intertwined with our society and culture. It educates, it provides critical news and information, and it's foundational to fostering the informed and engaged electorate critical to our democracy. So first, let me give you a little background about our agency and specifically my bureau. The FCC is an independent agency that's very much a creature of Congress. That is to say that our jurisdiction, the bounds of our authority, and our oversight is controlled by Congress, by folks like Senator Thune, who we just heard of, and others, through legislation, through the power associated with setting our budget and authorizing the use of our funds, and through hearings and other forms of direct engagement. We were originally authorized by the Communications Act of 1934, and our authority has been tailored over the years by other legislation, such as the Telecommunications Act of 1996, the CVAA, and various other bills, large and small. We have 5 commissioners when we're at full strength, no more than 3 from any one political party, and we regulate, quote, communications by wire and radio, close quote. The Commission, like other administrative agencies, regulates primarily through 2 different types of proceedings, through rulemakings on one hand and adjudications on the other hand. Rulemakings result in generally applicable rules of the road for similarly situated regulatees. And adjudications typically deal with a specific set of facts that are specific to a particular party, often deal with enforcement of our rules when they are broken or granting waivers of or exemptions from our rules in certain circumstances. So when the CVA was signed into law, it generated a lot of exciting work for the Commission, primarily at first in the form of rulemakings, as the Commission needed to translate the directives found in the CVAA into workable regulations for the various industries under our jurisdiction. And some of that work was undertaken by my bureau, the Media Bureau, which typically deals with regulating broadcasters, including television and radio stations and cable companies. Pursuant to the CVAA, the Media Bureau, in coordination with CGB, DRO, and others around the Commission, conducted rulemaking proceedings in those early years, addressing many major areas of the statute, including audio description and the accessibility of user interfaces and video programming guides and menus. And I should say the commission is always looking for areas where more can be done. For instance, in April of last year, the commission released a public notice to invite public comment on whether any updates are needed to our rules implementing the CVAA. Most of these rules have been in effect for many years. Many of them have not been revisited recently, some since initial adoption. And we all know that since 2010, there have been vast changes in technology and industry practices, different changes in consumer experience. And so, when we sought comment on whether to update the rules, we received extensive comments from ACB members, other blind advocates, and many others. That record remains open, and there's really a lot of great information that's kind of that we're sifting through there. So today I'm going to focus specifically on audio description and accessible user interfaces, and I'll start by taking each of these in turn to describe to you the resulting commission rules in each context, and then I'll discuss some of the past and pending adjudications that we've undertaken. So first on audio description, the commission initially adopted audio description rules in the year 2000, about 10 years prior to the passage of the CVAA, but those rules were overturned by the United States Court of Appeals for the DC Circuit on the ground that the commission lacked authority to establish the rules. Understanding this history, where the FCC's authority was called into question, Congress wrote provisions into the CVAA explicitly granting the commission the power to reinstate its earlier audio description rules and expand them in certain narrowly defined instances. After conducting a rulemaking proceeding, the commission reinstituted those audio description rules in October of 2011. Those rules require large market broadcast affiliates of the top 4 national networks and multi-channel video programming distribution systems, MVPDs, with more than 50,000 subscribers to provide audio description. The rules also require that, to the extent technically possible, all network affiliated broadcasters, commercial or non-commercial, and all MVPDs pass through any audio description provided with programming they carry. In 2015, as directed by the statute, the requirement to provide audio description for ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC affiliates expanded to the top 60 markets. In 2017, the commission increased the amount of audio described programming that must be carried on each covered network to 87.5 hours per calendar quarter. It also provided flexibility with respect to the airtime of 37.5 quarterly hours, allowing them to be provided at any time between 6 a.m. and midnight. The CVA also provided the commission with authority to phase in the audio description regulations for up to 10 additional designated market areas, DMAs, each year, if the costs of implementing the regulations to program owners, providers, and distributors in those additional markets are reasonable, as determined by the commission, except that the commission may grant waivers to entities in specific DMAs where it deems appropriate. So in October 2020, acting as soon as we possibly could, according to the statute, the commission adopted a report and order expanding its audio description requirements by phasing them in for an additional 10 DMAs each year for the following 4 years, thus covering DMAs 61 to 100. The commission found that the cost of this expansion would be reasonable for program owners, providers, and distributors. And as of January 1st of this year, the top 4 affiliates now in the top 80 markets are covered by our audio description requirements. This includes some new markets that weren't previously covered, such as Omaha, Nebraska, Columbia, South Carolina, and Rochester, New York. And we're going to continue on January 1st of each year to add 10 more markets until we cover the top 100. That order, where we expanded our markets, also directed us to make a determination in 2023 as to whether the costs associated with further expansion beyond the top 100 markets are reasonable, and whether that expansion should indeed continue. Notably, in that same order, we modernized the terminology that is included in our rules to refer to audio description. Previously, we had referred to it as video description, but based in part on a recommendation that we received from our Disability Advisory Committee, we updated our terminology to reflect the more widely used term. Last year, the Media Bureau updated the list of top 5 non-broadcast networks subject to the audio description rules, so cable networks. And this new list is effective as of July 1st, 2021. It includes TLC, HGTV, Hallmark, History, and TBS. Some popular cable channels such as Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, and ESPN were granted exemptions of the audio description rules, as they had been previous in the past as well, because they provide less than 50 hours per calendar quarter primetime programming that is not live or near live. In August of last year, in response to a request from TBS, we granted a limited waiver of our audio description rules, subject to the requirement that TBS airs at least 1,000 hours of audio described programming each quarter, without regard to the number of repeats. And audio describes all newly produced non-live programming aired between 6 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. local time. That limited waiver request was supported by ACB and others due to the significant amount of audio description TBS would provide under the alternative requirements, and it covers the current ratings period ending on June 30th, 2024. So just to summarize all of that, where we currently stand, FCC rules require local TV station affiliates of ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC located in the top 80 markets to provide 87.5 hours per calendar quarter, about 7 per week of audio described programming. 50 hours must be primetime or children's programming, 37.5, maybe any type of programming between 6 a.m. and midnight. Subscription TV systems offered over cable, satellite, fiber networks with 50,000 or more subscribers must also provide 87.5 hours per quarter of audio described programming on the top 5 most watched non-broadcast networks. With the same 50 hours must be in prime time or children's programming, 37.5 between 6 a.m. and midnight. Broadcast TV and subscription TV systems must also pass through audio description received with their programs unless the secondary audio stream on which audio description is often carried is being used for another purpose related to programming. And beyond our rules, many entities currently voluntarily provide audio description to include local affiliates of top 4 networks outside of the top 80 DMAs, many PBS stations, and smaller subscription TV systems. We always recommend that folks check with their local stations or cable providers to see what's offered. And one more thing that I want to mention on the audio description front before I move on to user interfaces. One outgrowth of our 2021 CVAA public notice that I previously touched on was that it informed the launch of a series of public events on the accessibility of online video programming. Our first forum was held in December of last year. It focused on closed captioning online. It was a great convening of a lot of experts that provided us with the benefit of unique perspectives on the state of accessibility of online video programming. The chairwoman recently announced that our second event, a forum on the state of audio description online, will take place on Monday, March 28th at 1 p.m. Eastern. More details will be forthcoming in a commission public notice that will be posted on our website, fcc.gov, and I hope that many who are here today will be able to attend. Now on to user interfaces and video programming guides and menus. On that front, the FCC rules require that devices that play video programming and cable, satellite, and fiber set-top boxes have accessible user interfaces for people who are blind or visually impaired. This generally means that people who are blind or visually impaired have to be able to independently operate and use all or nearly all of the functions of a device, such as the settings, menus, channel selection, start, stop, fast forward, and so on. Most of this is accomplished through a speech synthesizer. These rules have separate requirements for cable, satellite, and fiber TV services, and there are also separate requirements for all other devices that play video programming. So, starting with the cable, satellite, and fiber TV services, if you subscribe to cable or satellite or fiber TV service, they must provide an accessible set-top box experience to people who are blind or visually impaired right now. All of them. There are a few small or rural analog cable companies that don't have to, but in general, all cable companies have to provide an accessible set-top box. If a blind or visually impaired customer requests an accessible set-top box, the company has to provide it at no additional charge. So if you're paying $50 a month and you request an accessible box, your bill should remain $50 a month, even if the accessible box is a very expensive piece of equipment. They have to make it generally easy to get. They have to have an accessible website that lists who you can speak to find out more information. That person has to be able to explain how to get one of these devices and how to use the accessibility functions on their device. Now, the cable companies have some flexibility on how they can achieve these accessible user interfaces. Some companies have set-top boxes that are accessible right out of the box, but others use an accessible tablet app that controls the set-top box. Others provide a different add-on. They're allowed to do this, but at the end of the day, it has to be usable. If you're unsure if your cable or satellite company's accessibility solution meets our rules, feel free to call the Disability Rights Office or file a complaint. We look at those and take those very seriously. The other set of accessible user interface rules covers any device that plays video programming. These are things like TVs, smart TVs, tablets, smartphones, removable media players like Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire Stick, computers, even smart refrigerators. If your smart refrigerator can play video programming, it has to have accessible controls. And rear entertainment systems in the headrests of cars or in the car ceiling, those as well are covered by these rules. The accessibility rules apply to these devices and to any pre-installed apps or video players that come with the device. It also applies to apps or players that a user is directed to download from the manufacturer or seller. The accessibility rules are not applicable to just any old app you find in the App Store, but many of these devices come with hundreds of apps pre-installed. These devices must be accessible if they were manufactured on or after December 20th, 2016. You can now find accessible TVs from multiple manufacturers right in the store. You can find accessible DVD players. Most of these are not specialty devices. They're the same devices that everyone else buys, but you should check with the manufacturer to make sure you are buying an accessible device. They're not required to make every single device accessible. Now, the cable set-top boxes must have a simple and easy to use mechanism to turn on and off the secondary audio stream, something like a button, key, or icon. If you cannot turn off the secondary audio stream quickly, you will not be able to listen to emergency information announcement, for instance. If you can't turn on and off the secondary audio stream, you also won't be able to listen to audio description. Certain categories of digital apparatus, such as display-only monitors, video projectors, devices primarily designed for purposes other than displaying video programming, were subjected to a deferred compliance deadline of December 20th, 2021, and are now covered by our rules. Finally, the Commission previously sought comment on a proposal to adopt rules that would require manufacturers and MVPDs to ensure that consumers are able to readily access user display settings for closed captioning, and the Commission's authority to adopt such rules under the Television Decoder Circuitry Act of 1990. In January of this year, we issued a public notice seeking to refresh that record. Comments were due in February, and reply comments were just due on March 4th. Finally, now that I've discussed with detail, excruciating detail in some instances, the results of some of our rulemakings that we've conducted pursuant to the CVAA, let me touch on the other way the Commission is often asked to engage on accessibility issues, adjudications. While these can sometimes be enforcement actions taken outside of my bureau in response to consumer complaints, in the Media Bureau, we're most often asked to adjudicate waiver petitions. So, from time to time, regulatees that are subject to our rules petition the Commission to grant a waiver of specific rules in certain circumstances or subject to certain conditions. The CVA itself provided specific waivers or exemptions, and the Commission also has general authority to waive its rules on a case-by-case basis if granting such a waiver serves the public interest. Often, particularly in the context of audio description, as I mentioned earlier, when it comes to TVS, entities seeking a limited waiver of certain requirements propose alternate requirements that they can satisfy in service to the public interest. So the TBS's instance, they committed to airing much more audio described programming than they otherwise would have without respect to repeats. And generally we found that served the public interest and that limited waiver request was granted. The Commission has also been asked from time to time to grant limited waivers of our user interface accessibility rules. This has come up most frequently before my time in the Bureau with certain car companies. I mentioned the rear entertainment systems. Typically, these waivers were confined to certain models manufactured in certain years. They did not alter the company's ongoing obligations to ensure their entertainment systems comply with the Commission rules. So for instance, in 2017, we granted a limited waiver to Honda for certain Honda and Acura models that were manufactured between 2017 and 2020. In the same year, we also granted Fiat Chrysler a retroactive waiver with respect to certain Dodge Journey vehicles. So from time to time, we've been asked to do that. Finally, we're currently considering a waiver petition from Peloton, the interactive fitness company. On December 20th, 2021, Peloton filed a petition requesting the Media Bureau grant a limited waiver of the Commission's rules requiring the accessibility of user interfaces on covered digital apparatus. Specifically, Peloton requests an 18-month waiver of certain requirements from December 20th, 2021 to June 20th, 2023. with respect to the Bike Plus, Tread Plus, and some other pieces of exercise equipment that they got through a acquisition. And any future products that may be subject to the Commission's accessibility obligations. In December of last year, we issued a public notice seeking comment on the petition. Comments were due in January, replies due in February, and that record's still open, and we're currently considering the comments that came in and evaluating that record. And I'll just close briefly, and I think some of my colleagues will touch on this as well, as ways people can participate in the Commission's work. I'd say, I've talked about a lot of stuff, and we truly rely heavily on stakeholders like ACB, ACB's members, consumers to weigh in and let us know what's working and what's not. One of the best ways to engage with the FCC is to participate in these proceedings that I've been mentioning. We launch a proceeding or begin a waiver petition typically with some type of public notice posted on the FCC's website. It could include a straight public notice, a notice of inquiry. If we're trying to actually formulate rules, it could be a notice of proposed rulemaking. But each of these types of documents includes instructions for members of the public interested in filing comments, and it will also include a docket number to help keep all of the filings that come in the same place. The filing instructions and the docket numbers will direct folks to the Commission's electronic comment filing system, or ECFS. This is found at www.fcc.gov/ECFS. At that website, anybody can search for the filings in a given proceeding, see what others are saying, submit their own filing, either using a standard form for uploading or uploading a more formal filing, or through an express comment form geared more towards individual consumers. The Media Bureau has dedicated docket numbers to correspond to many of our different issues. For instance, audio description items are always filed in docket number 11-43. Accessible set-top box and user interface filings are in docket number 12-108. That includes the pending Peloton waiver request and the public notice I previously mentioned on readily accessible display settings. And our relatively new docket with filings responsive to the CVAA public notice is 21-140. These dockets are regularly monitored and often are the landing spot for incoming waiver requests from industry stakeholders. And again, I'll stress, we rely on public input to do our work. I'd highly encourage everyone here to get involved with our proceedings, to share your expertise. And so that's it. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with me on that very deep dive. I'm looking forward to hearing from you all during the Q&A. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lyle for his portion of the presentation.
And this is Clark again, Michael. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for sticking around for questions. If folks do have questions, please email them to questions@acb.org or text or call Janet Dickelman at 651-428-5059. Again, Michael, thank you. And yes, let's turn it over to hear from Lyle Ishida.
Thank you very much. Aloha, awina la, a warm and pleasant good afternoon to everyone. My name is Lyle Ishida. I serve as the FCC's Chief of the Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division. I sit before you as a medium-built Asian man. My pronouns are he and him. And I greet you with a warm smile of aloha from Hawaii, my home state, so far away from Washington, D.C. I'd like to take a couple of seconds to discuss the FCC's role in rolling out the Affordable Connectivity Program. As Clark mentioned at the very top of this event, a number of things are paramount, including adoption for broadband. Our chairwoman, Jessica Rosen-Russell, wants a broadband ecosystem for all. And one of the things that prevents an internet for all is cost. Cost is one of the primary drivers for non-adoption. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, is a subsidy program to help those with limited means afford their broadband bill. And so I'd like to take a couple of seconds to describe it. And then, like any real good government agent, I'm going to have an ask because, we're the federal government. So we're here to help, but we'd also like some help. The ACP provides a subsidy of up to $30 a month for broadband service and associated equipment rentals, or for residents living on the federally recognized tribal lands, $75 a month, a discount for their broadband bills. For participating providers, and there are a number of them that are grouped by state on our website, consumers may get a $100 discount for a laptop, a desktop, or a tablet purchased through the provider, not through Best Buy, with a participating $10 to $50 copay. So as I mentioned, this is primarily for low-income households or households of limited means. So let me talk about the qualification criteria for them. A household is eligible if it sits at or below 200% of poverty guidelines. And that depends on the number of folks in your household. So it's a moving target in terms of raw numbers. If any member of a household meets any one of these criteria, then their entire household is eligible for the ACP. If you participate in SNAP, Medicaid, Federal Public Housing Assistance, SSI, WIC, or Lifeline, that means you're automatically qualified for the ACP subsidy. For people living on tribal lands, tribal-specific programs such as the Bureau of Indian Affairs General Assistance, Tribal TANF, which in tribal circles is known in the past as the Commodities Program, or Food Distribution Program on Indian Reservations programs qualify for you. The National School Lunch Program and School Breakfast Program, including community eligibility provisions, make any member of the household qualify the entire household for the ACP. If any member of the household has received a Pell Grant in the current award year, or any member of the household receives veterans pension and survivors benefits, or any member of the household is participating in a provider's existing low-income program, then you qualify for these subsidy discount programs. So to enroll, it's relatively easy. Household representatives just go to acpbenefit.org, acbbenefit.org, or they need to qualify talk to their qualifying provider to select a plan once they qualify for the ACP. Some providers have an alternate application that they'll ask you to complete on site or over the phone. But that's not everybody. Those tend to be larger providers. Now, the ACP program, as passed by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, came with a number of consumer protections. And so if you are familiar with its predecessor, the EBB, the Emergency Broadband Benefit, which is a COVID area benefit program, the ACP has additional protections, and they include the following. So the consumers, once they have qualified for the ACP, can choose any service plan that meets their needs and the needs of their household, not including a plan they're on, but doesn't necessarily have to be that. Wow, that was a long way for me to say the provider cannot just say, hey, you qualify for this benefit, but now you got to take this Cadillac plan. And your net result is that you don't really get the full effect of the benefit. Also, consumers who are qualified for ACP have access to supported broadband services regardless of their credit status and regardless of any past due balances or prior debt from enrolling in the program. The ACP does not allow providers to force consumers into more expensive or lower quality plans. And in our rollout and transition to the from the EBB, which is the COVID era plan to the ACP, the FCC took a number of steps to prevent bill shock or other financial harms. Separately, we are rolling out a dedicated FCC process for ACP complaints. So one thing I have in terms of the ACP, this is an ask, is while we have a team of 12 folks in the outreach division that are dedicated to support consumers and households and get information about programs that are beneficial to them, their family, their households, their communities, love to get other outreach partners working with us. So I know in your circle, there are people who are scout leaders, who are librarians, who are volunteers, who belong to garden clubs and Kiwanis clubs and etc. If you want to connect us to a speaker for one of your monthly or weekly meetings, we would love to come talk to you and talk to your colleagues, your neighbors, friends, parishioners. Send us an email for a speaker request to acpspeakers, all one word, at fcc.gov. And what we'll do is we'll make sure that we're there. We're available 7 days a week, nights, mornings. We would love to help. We would love to talk to those in your circle about it. I have a couple of resources and a couple of ways that those people who are interested can find support and find applications. The helpline for the ACP Support Center is toll-free, 1-877-384-2575. Also, you can request outreach material in accessible formats through sending an email to fcc504@fcc.gov. And to apply online again, the URL is acpbenefit.org. I'm gonna, because my presentation short, I'm gonna take speaker's advantage to just put out redundantly. We would love to work with you in your circles, in hyper-local circles, really, where you can help serve as an ambassador to help folks understand the program, get online, and break down the number one barrier that stands between consumers and adoption of broadband, which is cost. And with that, I want to conclude my briefing. I look forward to questions. I believe, Clark, shall I turn it over to you or directly to Daryl?
Well, Lyle, thank you so much. And thank you for sharing that email address of acpspeakers@fcc.gov. Did I get that correct?
That is absolutely correct. And we look forward to talking to more people and evangelizing the program to the benefit of consumers, particularly in the disability community. We really are here to help.
Perfect. So everyone out there who's involved in planning affiliate conventions, another great resource for you all to have available for your members. And last but not least, I'd like to turn it over to Daryl Cooper. Daryl, good afternoon.
Daryl, you muted.
Are you on mute, Daryl?
I did mute myself.
There you are.
Hey, I was saying hello to everybody, and thanks for the invitation. I'm Daryl Cooper. I'm an attorney with the FCC in the Disability Rights Office. I'm a white man with red hair and glasses. My pronouns are he and him. I've been at the FCC since 1996 when the Telecom Act was passed. I've worked on disability access since 2010 when I joined the FCC's Enforcement Bureau. I joined the FCC's Disability Rights Office in 2014. Our office is responsible for the FCC's telecommunications and advanced communications services and rules. Tagging off what Lyle said about the ACP program, it's our responsibility to fly spec documents for the ACP and other broadband programs to make sure that the rules ensure accessibility. For the ACP, the laptops and tablets purchased must be accessible to people who are blind, because these tablets and laptops provide text messaging and email. And under our rules, those text-based Services must be accessible to people who are blind under the CBAA and under our ACS rules. The apps installed on these computers, such as email and text messaging, must also be accessible. Part of the reason, like I said, it also helps, as Lyle and Michael said, it also helps ensure accessibility when the public files comments as well. It's also our job to present and prepare the biennial CBA report to Congress. The CBAA requires the Commission to report every 2 years the state of accessibility for advanced communication services. The report to Congress requires 3 things. First, we ask the public to comment on services where accessibility has improved and where it has not. We base our findings on these examples. It's important that I point out that we don't provide the Commission's opinions and we don't provide examples. We don't do our own research. What we report is what the public tells us. So if you tell us that there are certain problems, specify what apps are you using? Why is the app not accessible? In what situations? Give the vivid examples. That's what has the impact. We have a large working knowledge of, what impacts accessibility for different communities. But this report isn't what we think, it's what's going on with you. Second, we ask the public to comment on upcoming technologies and on possible accessibility barriers. Comments question whether services in development will be accessible. These services have included future augmented reality and virtual reality services. Third, we report on consumer and company resolutions of accessibility concerns. If a consumer has a communication service or device that isn't accessible to them, they may file a request for dispute assistance with the Disability Rights Office. We then contact the company, usually me or one other guy in the office, and we begin facilitating a conversation between the individual and the company to resolve the accessibility concern in the way that the individual wants it. If the consumer's complaint isn't resolved, then the consumer may file a complaint with the Enforcement Bureau for an FCC decision. Since 2013, when we started the RDA program, we've resolved over 140 to the agreement of both the consumer and the company. Only 1 complaint has gone to the Commission, and that went last year. And the Commission issued a decision that said that technical support must be accessible. And that's the first written decision we've had to happen in 12 years or 11 years. So going back to the comments and those complaints form the facts that are the basis of the report. It's the incremental enforcement of the statute that has, achieved, I think, justice for individuals and the public at large. If one individual can get an accessible app, and what might have been a nuisance for somebody else that you're using your screen reader to buy something and the send button doesn't work. If some guy files a complaint and gets it fixed, it helps everybody. I'm going to give you some examples of what people have filed on over the years and what was fixed for them. We had complaints where consumers couldn't make telephone calls or send text messages because apps weren't readable. They couldn't purchase phones online because the purchase button wasn't readable. Couldn't activate devices at home because the number was written on a piece of paper. Unable to check voicemails at home because websites were not accessible to screen readers. Updates made formerly accessible apps inaccessible. Updates to operating systems reset accessibility features, putting people back at ground one. In this collaborative process, though, with the individual and the providers, this is what happened. Websites were rewritten. Accessibility features were restored for everybody. Phones were rebuilt and apps were rebuilt. Customer service departments received additional training and a repeated training. These are some of the results that we got from the RDA process and that were reported last year. And as I said, the results benefit everyone. And that's why it's so important that even if you or somebody that you help thinks that it's just a nuisance that something isn't accessible. If you can get it fixed, it can really help other people. The report this year, initial comments are due on April 4th. And what's going to happen after we get those comments is we are going to draft up tentative findings based on the comments from all stakeholders. And then we will issue a public notice this summer and then we'll attach the tentative findings of the Commission on the State of Accessibility for Advanced Communication Services and Telecommunications. And at that time, the public will have an opportunity to reply and add additional material or contest material. And then on October 8th, we'll send the report to Congress. I want to encourage everyone to file. Thank you for letting me speak today. And that's my presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Daryl. And I'm sure we've got folks who are sending their questions into Janet Dickelman at questions@acb.org. But one of the privileges of being the moderator and getting to lead panels like this is that you always get to ask your questions, right? So I'd just like to kick things off with a question or two for each of you, and then also see if Swatha has any questions she'd like to ask before we get to the audience questions. So I guess I'll start with you, Michael. And again, thank you for your presentation earlier. Interesting, what I found interesting of your conversation was the pending waiver petition for Peloton Interactive. And certainly we understand that you might be limited in what you can say regarding that ongoing proceeding. But ACB did file comments along with our colleagues in the deaf and hard of hearing community regarding that waiver petition. Also of note, at the Disability Advisory Committee meeting just in the last week or two, Commissioner Starks talked about the health crisis and the comorbid conditions facing people with disabilities and highlighted the awareness of accessible and adaptive sports. I think one great example of that has been ongoing for the past 2 weeks, and that's the Winter Paralympic Games, which are aired by NBC Universal in prime time with audio description. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts about a major broadcaster providing live audio description for live sporting events, the Olympics, the Paralympics, the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and many more, because that's not required by the current rules, correct?
Yeah, certainly. In fact, under the current rules, as I noted, at least with respect to cable networks, that airing a significant portion of live programming is seen as a way to get a waiver or an exemption from the rules. But no, I think what it's showing you is and not to speak out of turn. I mean, I think it's obvious, right? It can be done. It can be done, and it's great that there are folks that are doing it, and to the extent that folks, entities like ACB and your members see examples of folks who are doing it the right way. I think there are other ways to influence action out, other than at the FCC in a certain proceeding, right? But encouraging other companies to follow the lead of industry leaders and incorporate best practices that are helping advance the ball forward. I think that is a valid way of creating change. And so last thing I'll just say is that, and I don't want to make news here, but Clark, you'll be participating in our forum on audio description in just a few weeks, and I hope that we can have more of this conversation there, not only with respect to what entities are showing on broadcast stations or cable networks, but what we're seeing on streaming apps and what we're seeing online, and where gaps currently exist, or or who's doing it right. That's the type of conversation that I think we're really anxious to have at this forum on March 28th. And hopefully we can continue it there.
Thank you. And I'm glad you mentioned streaming providers. So earlier in your comments, you mentioned the accessible user interface requirements for cable, fiber, satellite, TV providers. Many of our members are starting to cut the cord, just like the rest of the population, and they might have services that look a lot like cable, but might not be considered cable, that they receive, over the top or from a streaming service. So whether it's a Sling or a YouTube TV, do the FCC's requirements extend to these services as well?
Well, it depends which requirements we're talking about. If we're talking specifically about the audio description requirements in terms of the amount of hours that folks are required to show, we are. Congress kind of laid that out for us. We're looking at the top broadcasters in certain markets, and we're looking at top cable networks over a 3-year period. So the short answer to that is, for audio description requirements, no, we don't necessarily have clear authority, to require audio description online. So that's where additional advocacy helps, perhaps up on the Hill, but also that's where these convenings, like I've mentioned, I think will kind of help us gather information and figure out exactly what's going on.
Thank you. And Daryl, for folks, you mentioned about the complaint process and the work of the Disability Rights Office, and thank you so much for that. When folks have complaints, and if the complaints are related to a pay TV provider, whether it's a cable company or a satellite provider, regarding audio description, can you kind of walk us through the typical course of action or path that the office takes? Say I have a satellite provider and I'm not able to receive audio description. What can I expect by working with the Disability Rights Office?
This is Daryl. That's question interests me a lot. I think, what the CBA did, for me to back up a second, is the CBA put into place a very robust enforcement scheme for advanced communication services. Under that statute, the statute directed the commission to institute an enforcement complaint process that would result in a 6-month decision by the commission. The statute required the commission to issue a decision in 6 months. The difference between advanced communications and everything else is that everything else does not have that, right? So a lot of the power that consumers have has to be at the front end, right? When you're talking to Congress or when you're participating in rulemaking. Enforcement, I think, drives a lot of compliance ahead of time. So saying all that, we don't really, we work collaboratively with Michael's office and the companies. We have a complaints engagement team, and when the complaint comes in, it's sent out within 2 or 3 days to the company. And I believe the Media Bureau is always involved, and it's brought to their attention. A lot of times, it involves, educating the consumer on what is and isn't possible, and if it's possible, what is and isn't required. And if it is required, narrowing in and digging in on that. The rules to consumer probably don't make a lot of sense because you're looking at the same TV and you're having service provided by the same provider over the top or broadcast or whatnot. So it's pretty confusing for them. At the end of the day, though, the best I think that our engagement team can do is heighten awareness with the broadcaster, and point things out in ex parte meetings, like why is there things like, so you're a broadcast station, but your affiliates are streaming online, and their online streaming is audio described. Why is online streaming over the top audio described, but your live broadcasting may not be? So it's like those changes can be affected in informal conversations like that where we're facilitating, but there's not anything more than we can do than just have a conversation.
Thank you, Daryl. That's very helpful. And then just one more from me. Lyle, thank you so much for sharing about the Affordable Connectivity Program. I am happy to report that the American Council of the Blind is an outreach partner of the FCC. We work for the Emergency Broadband Benefit as well as the ACP. And the ACP is celebrating a great landmark of success, and we're happy to be a part of that celebration. If I remember correctly, the ACP has now connected over 10 million consumers. Is that correct?
And thank you for that cue. Absolutely, Clark. And thank you for ACB's leadership in terms of being an outreach partner. Yes, in fact, our discussion at this event is one of the 10 grassroots or direct to consumer events that we're going to do to celebrate the 10 million mark that the White House announced about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And if I could, just for 30 more seconds into discussing our work with partners, the ACP right now has a further notice and proposed rulemaking out to discuss and get ideas on how we would give out grants to community service and serving organizations to help further information and awareness to consumers. That FNPRM, and we're just looking for ideas, and particularly those entities who already are in this space would really have a lot to say to tell us because they're experienced. The comment period ends in 2 days, but reply comments are not due until April 15th. And so for anyone, as far as my voice can carry, we would love to get ideas on how to structure grants to entities who can really effectively push the ACP message and also assistance to consumers to sign up, so that we can make sure that those who have this ability and qualify for it, we don't leave that money on the table for them, and we can boost enrollment in and adoption to broadband. So thank you for both the celebration message and also for the cue to talk about the grants.
Absolutely. And Swatha, do you have any questions, or should we turn it over to Janet?
Well, Clark, you do my questions, but I just want to ask Daryl, how can our members or the community submit a complaint or file for assistance with the FCC if they're having issues with their programming?
Hi, this is Daryl. Thanks for that question. There's an email box that they can send their complaint to, and our team will fill out a form for them, or they can go to the FCC website and complete more of the details themselves. Let me post that link in just a second. Should I post it in the chat, or?
The chat will be disabled.
Do chat, yeah.
Yeah, but that's something that we can pass along. And Daryl, what's that email address?
Clark, I'm gonna have to email it to you because I never email it. But you'll send it out later on. Is that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, but just a email.
Yeah, this is Michael. Just to say, the website is consumercomplaints.fcc.gov. So that's where you could go. That's our consumer complaint center, and it kind of walks folks through how to fill out a form. So that's one avenue that can take advantage of.
And this is Lyle, if you don't mind me, but as well, there's a phone number that you can call, a 1-800 phone number that'll walk you through with a live assistant. So not one of those, just press buttons thing. And that is 1-888-225-5322. The way to remember is 1-888-CALL-FCC, and tell the CAMS, the operator, that you want to file a complaint.
All right, great. Clark, can you ready for Q&A? Janet, any questions?
I am here. All right. Lyle, I've had a request. I'm going to ask one more question before you give out the address so that people can get ready to write it down. But I've had a request, couple of requests for you to repeat that address for ACP for people to inquire about assistance. So I'm going to ask my next question, and then if you would repeat that so people can get ready to write it down. I have a question about the responsibility for smart TVs. If someone has a smart TV and the sign-on screen and or the apps aren't accessible, who's responsible for making sure that works properly?
Hi, so this is Michael. Yeah, so I mean, it tends to be fairly fact specific for televisions themselves with built-in functionality. There are requirements that functionality be made accessible. When it comes to individual apps on that device, the app maker could share some responsibility for making sure that certain functionalities are accessible. So, the best thing I'd say is, again, we love to hear from consumers if there's a specific smart TV and a specific app that it seems like it is not functioning as it should. I'd say get in touch with Daryl over at DRO, get in touch with our complaint team. And we have a lot of folks on hand that, as Daryl mentioned, that really like to try to figure that stuff out and help where we can.
All right. Thank you. And Lyle, you want to give that address now that hopefully people are ready to take it down again?
Sure, absolutely. The email address for information about the ACP and how to apply, both same email address, is ACP support, all one word, at usac.org, and that's a one-stop shop, particularly when you're ready to apply. And their phone number is 1-877-384-2575. And one last email address, if you would like information about the ACP in accessible formats, write us at fcc504@fcc.gov. Janet, thank you for the question.
You're welcome. Next question is from someone whose community that she lives in is thinking of switching from Dish Network to an IPTV. And she wants to know if that's accessible. I'm not familiar with IPTV, but I'm sure one of you is.
Yeah, this is Michael again. And again, it would depend to some degree. It would it would be good to know all the facts, since a lot of this is so fact specific. But there, as I mentioned in my presentation, in terms of video programming and accessibility, there are a number of requirements that will carry over. There may be some that do not. So it's again, specific to what they're moving towards. But I'll say again, if there's a problem, we've got folks here that like to dig in on that.
Right, very good. Now, this is kind of a guesswork question, but I'm going to ask. Michelle from Virginia wants to know, since CBS made the announcement yesterday that they are going to audio describe all of their primetime TV, what do you think is going to happen with the other networks? Will they follow suit for their primetime TV shows and in audio description?
And this is Clark. So just to provide some additional context here, CBS Viacom joined a panel with our audio description project yesterday afternoon and confirmed that they are now audio describing nearly all of their primetime content. So significantly more than the 87.5 hours per quarter. And their goal is to push towards 100%. And certainly if something is not audio described at the time it airs, they will describe it for reruns as well. So Michael, probably the question to you, what do you think about that commitment and announcement from CBS for their broadcast primetime lineup, and how do you think that'll impact the rest of the industry?
Yeah, no, that's fantastic news. That's fantastic news. As you mentioned, that goes beyond our or is very likely to go beyond our requirements. Which hopefully suggests that they see it as a competitive advantage, that they see it as a way to differentiate themselves from others who are not doing that. And I can't speculate as to what may happen as a result of that throughout the industry, but I think that my hope would be that others follow suit.
And I believe you mentioned this, but I was taking a call, otherwise I wouldn't necessarily ask the question, but I think you did bring this up. But things like Zulu and YouTube, what's the requirement for them for audio description under the Video Communications Act?
So this is Michael, under the CVAA, our audio description requirements extend to television broadcasters in the top 80 networks, so the big four broadcasters in the top 80 networks, and cable systems as it pertains to the top 5 cable networks that on the count of ratings. So currently, as under the authority given to us by the CVAA, it's kind of circumscribed in that way. So the CVAA did not direct us to institute audio description requirements for streaming services, and as I mentioned earlier, that doesn't mean we're not interested in it. And in fact, on March 28th, we'll be holding a forum to discuss that very issue. And I hope folks will tune into that as well and participate in that. Information will be forthcoming on the FCC's website.
This is Daryl. I wanted to maybe have a question from Michael. We got some questions about YouTube TV, which acts like a cable channel on MVPD, right? And it broadcasts simultaneously with CBS and the other networks, whatever's on network TV. I'm thinking about the captioning rules. I'm sorry, but those have to be, they have to be captioned. But if it's simulcast, would the audio descriptions be passed through if a broadcaster or cable operator is passing them through? Are there pass-through requirements for?
Not for for the MVPD or a broadcaster. There would be for an online entity. There would not be. I mean, this starts to get into some of the more interesting topics that the Commission has grappled with in recent years, in terms of how to define MVPDs and where online video distributors fall into place, amongst our regulatory scheme that's outside of the CVAA. But yeah, the audio description rules, and just to be clear, I mean, we had rules in place 10 years before the CVAA. The CVAA told us to put those rules back in place. And so that's kind of different than some of the rest of the CVAA that kind of wrote out new things they wanted to just make new rules on. We see ourselves as kind of circumscribed in the way that, we were told to re-implement the previous rules and not really given much authority beyond that. And so, we've been trying to juice as much as we can out of that but we certainly have the understanding that the landscape has been changing.
And that is it for the questions that I have had sent to me. I think you all did such a great job on your presentation. I think you covered everything.
Well, thank you so much, Janet, and a big thank you to our guests and colleagues from the Federal Communications Commission. So Michael Scurato, Lyle Ishida, and Daryl Cooper. Thank you so much for participating in the ACB Leadership Conference and allowing us to help celebrate the success of the Affordable Connectivity Program while sharing information with our members about the FCC's rules regarding video user interfaces, audio description, and the work and upcoming comment periods for the FCC and the Disability Rights Office.
Yeah, thank you all. This was a great presentation.
So Swatha, following this section, this session, you will be back on for another wrap-up show, correct?
Yes, with Gabe. Yes, with Gabe Lopez-Gafari. And yeah, on ACB Media 6. So.
Or on ACB Media 6 for the Spanish language wrap-up show. And then we will be back. Cindy and Colby will be kicking things off again tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern for day 2 and the final day of the ACB Leadership Conference.
Yep, can't wait.
Can't wait for day 2 or can't wait for the final day?
For day 2, I mean, it's just like the sessions tomorrow.
It's a good lineup and certainly enjoyed our time with folks here today. So a big thank you to everyone for joining us, and we look forward to continuing the programming tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all.
Thanks all, and keep advocating.
Oh yeah, keep advocating.
Thank you. Gracias, Rick. Si escucharon esa voz, era la voz de Rick Moran, nuestro director de ACB Media. ACB Media es quien nos tiene al aire todos los días. Suatha me va a acompañar en unos minutos. Hoy ha sido un día extremadamente largo para Suatha y Clark Rockfeld, que son las personas en ACB encargadas de todo lo que es abogacía y de promover los imperativos legislativos, que será una gran parte de la media hora que vamos a compartir con ustedes. Mientras espero a Suatha, les comento que hoy es el tercer día de las reuniones de liderazgo de ACB. Los primeros 2 días, como pudieron ver, sábado y domingo, hablamos acerca de, hablamos de lo que era todo lo que está pasando internamente en la organización, los planes, los proyectos, temas de interés para los afiliados, tanto estatales como de interés especial. Y el día de hoy, lunes, y mañana, martes, todo es dedicado a la parte legislativa de la labor que estamos haciendo en ACB. Y esa labor legislativa es llevar una serie de imperativos que están traducidos al español. En breve les diremos dónde encontrarlos, si no se registraron para las reuniones. Y son 4 imperativos. Como siempre, empezamos esta tarde con la conexión a la comunidad, con Cindy y Kobe, quienes nos mantienen siempre con algo novedoso novedoso e informativo. Creo que Suatha ya está con nosotros. Suatha, bienvenida.
Sí, perdona que estás.
No, para nada, Suatha.
Sí, bien. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, justo yo le decía a nuestros oyentes que tú has tenido un día intenso, como decimos en inglés, non-stop, sin parar.
Oh.
Así que yo me imaginé que necesitabas un pequeño break para tomar agua, para estirarte un poco, para descansar de Zoom.
Sí, fue un día largo y es un día muy activa.
Sí. Sí. Bueno, por el momento, Suatha, solo le comentaba a nuestros oyentes de habla hispana que lo que hicimos, lo que estuvimos haciendo hoy día fue la primera parte de lo que es la sección legislativa de las reuniones de liderazgo. Les explicaba que sábado y domingo era más que todo interno, cuestiones internas de ACB y de los afiliados. Y bueno, aparte de que anoche, después de que Suatha y yo estuvimos con ustedes, a las 7:30, nuestro presidente Dan Spoon y nuestro director ejecutivo tuvieron en la conversación informal con otros líderes de la comunidad de personas ciegas y baja visión en Estados Unidos. Fue una conversación muy, muy excitante, muy llena de información y llena de anécdotas personales que son de mucha utilidad para todos nosotros, los que estamos tratando de seguir los pasos de estos líderes de la comunidad. ¿Qué te pareció el Fireside Chat, Suatha, anoche? ¿Qué te pareció?
Sí, sí, yo también me estoy de acuerdo. Fue muy excitante y yo me siento que los directores ejecutivos son más como personas y más como humans. No sé.
Sí, no, lo dijiste perfectamente, Suatha. Lo dijiste de una forma sumamente elocuente. De verdad que sí, muchas veces creemos que los directores ejecutivos o las personas de alto rango en ciertas organizaciones son como que no sabemos nada de ellos a nivel personal, y anoche tuvimos la oportunidad de conocer, de entrar en la vida y, como tú dijiste, Suazo, darnos cuenta que son humanos, que son personas que tienen gustos, disgustos, y conocimos un poco más de ellos.
Sí, y sus cuentos con el dumb blind moment, no sé cómo son en español, pero es una silly, tonta.
Sí, lo que siempre hacemos nosotros es tomarlo por el lado más ligero. A veces lo que nos pasa como personas ciegas, tú sabes, a veces es mejor reírse que frustrarse. Y eso fue algo que también, como tú dices, fue ilustrado anoche por esas personas que son líderes. O sea que si les pasa a ellos, claro que nos puede pasar a nosotros.
Sí, y hoy tuvimos dos sesiones legislativas y las presentaciones de la ACT Board y el National Council on Disability.
Sí.
No sé español.
Sí, bueno, son organizaciones gubernamentales y a veces es difícil traducirla al español porque el Access Board, las dos, como tú dijiste, Suata, son organizaciones federales, son como parte del gobierno, y uno es la Junta de Accesibilidad y el otro es el Consejo Nacional de Personas con Discapacidad, y los dos son parte del gobierno federal y son organizaciones que abogan por la protección de los derechos civiles de todas las personas con discapacidad.
Sí, y yo aprendí mucho de la conversación con Sachin Pavitran y con Anthony McIntosh. Mucho de la NCD y la NAC y la Export y sus trabajos en abogacía y sí.
Sí, son organizaciones. A mí me llamó mucho la atención que bueno, quizás lo había dado por hecho y no había percatado así tan directamente de lo que mencionó Anne, de que ellos existían antes del ADA, el Americans with Disabilities Act, que es la ley federal más, digamos, más histórica y más impactante para la comunidad de personas con discapacidad. Y ellos existían antes del ADA y estaban trabajando antes del ADA y tuvieron participación directa en la formación y en la promulgación del ADA.
Sí, y las organizaciones dos organizaciones abogaron para los derechos de la comunidad antes de los leyes se producen.
Sí.
Y no, perdón.
No, te decía así que tienen bastante tiempo de ellos estar trabajando y abogando por nuestra comunidad.
Sí. Y entonces Clark y yo revisan los imperativos legislativos y como el ejercicio y fitness para todos y el, no sé, medical devices.
Sí, dispositivo. Pero si quieres, Suata, lo que podemos hacer es que los podemos ir tomando uno a uno, porque si bien es cierto que los legislativos imperativos están en español traducidos, creo que están en la página de acb.org, Igual por si alguien está interesado y a veces no quieren leer, pues igual verbalmente podemos hablar un poquito de cada uno de los imperativos.
Sí.
Entonces, el primero que mencionaste es el de ejercicio y fitness para todos.
Sí, y este imperativo va a crear los leyes para fitness, equipo de fitness, y nosotros hablamos ayer sobre la Get Up, Get Moving campaign.
La Get Up, Get Moving, sí, la campaña que
Sí,
tiene
es
ACB
muy
ahora, que es de levantarse y ponerse en movimiento.
Sí, y dos imperativos son relevantes a la campaña, y los otros dos son relevantes al acceso de información. Sí, hay muchas resoluciones sobre esos.
Sí, ese es un muy buen punto, Suaza, que dos de los imperativos tienen mucha relación con lo que es la salud para nuestra comunidad. El primero, como, bueno, su nombre mismo lo dice, ejercicio y fitness para todos, es buscar que los equipos, las compañías que manufacturan equipos de ejercicio, tales como bicicletas estáticas, elípticas, bandas, incorporen un componente de accesibilidad para personas ciegas y baja visión, ya sea por medio de botones táctiles o lectores de pantalla, para que nosotros podamos de una forma independiente manejar los equipos y tomar el control de nuestra salud y nuestro ejercicio físico, y sin tener que depender. Lo mismo aplica para ciertos centros como gimnasios, los gyms, de tener cierto nivel de accesibilidad para que nosotros podamos utilizar su equipo y sus instalaciones de una forma segura e independiente.
Y sí, ¿cuáles dos otros imperativos?
Bueno, como tú bien dijiste, Suata, el imperativo de dispositivos médicos, accesibilidad a los dispositivos médicos, está muy relacionado, porque nos hemos dado cuenta que muchos de los dispositivos médicos, mejor dicho, todos los dispositivos médicos que existen hoy en día, no cuentan con un sistema de accesibilidad. Entonces, las personas que tenemos ceguera o baja visión no podemos independientemente controlar nuestra propia salud. Es decir, por ejemplo, las personas que tienen diabetes no pueden usar un glucómetro que hable o que tenga un botón táctil. En fin, cualquier clase de dispositivo médico que nosotros tratemos de usar, este imperativo está planteando la necesidad. Sí. Básicamente, Suata, lo que tú dices es cierto. Esos dos imperativos, el primero y el segundo, en el fondo son lo mismo, se está pidiendo lo mismo en diferentes ámbitos. En el primero se está pidiendo que haya accesibilidad para equipos de ejercicio y de fitness, y en el segundo que haya accesibilidad incorporada para los dispositivos médicos de uso en casa.
Y los otros dos hacen mucho en el espacio de similar a sitios web y comunicaciones y videos. Sí.
Sí. Son dos ámbitos en la tecnología que, bueno, antes de la pandemia, pero a raíz de la pandemia se acentuó más la necesidad de utilizar tantos servicios en línea, hacer compras en línea, accesar servicios médicos, incluso consultas médicas en línea, por el hecho de no poder estar en contacto físico con otras personas, hacer muchas compras, shopping, online shopping, el famoso comercio virtual. Entonces, el imperativo creo que habla de elevar los niveles de accesibilidad o los estándares que se le exigen a las compañías y a las organizaciones, que sus sitios web sean accesibles para programas como lectores de pantalla, magnificación.
Y sí, entonces hay tres reuniones concurrentes y yo y Claire Stanley tenemos una reunión sobre los Hill Visits y las visitas al el Congreso o el Senado y cómo ser y cómo va a ser y preparamos y presentamos el imperativos. Es muy importante por las éxitos de los imperativos y nuestros retos.
Sí, la reunión que tuvieron y la forma como presentaron las indicaciones y los consejos de cómo presentar estos imperativos, porque de repente Suaza podemos comentarle a nuestros oyentes que estos imperativos de los cuales hemos hablado, normalmente los presentamos en persona, yendo a las oficinas del Congreso en Washington, D.C. Por tema de la pandemia, pues como hemos venido hablando, esta logística se está haciendo de manera virtual. Entonces vamos a tener reuniones vía Zoom con las oficinas de las personas del Congreso, y eso se hace a nivel estatal. Entonces, por ejemplo, nosotros del estado de la Florida nos reunimos con las oficinas del Congreso, de los representantes del Congreso por el estado de la Florida, Nueva York con Nueva York y así sucesivamente. Entonces presentamos estos imperativos y la idea es, para los que no han participado en una asamblea legislativa como esta, la idea no es que nosotros nos convirtamos en expertos. Para eso tenemos a nuestro equipo de legal y de abogacía, encabezado por Suaza y Clark en la oficina principal de ACB. Nosotros somos básicamente la cara, o sea, nosotros le estamos poniendo la cara a los imperativos y somos personas que somos constituyentes, somos votantes y estamos yendo donde nuestros representantes a decirles, como votante del estado que usted representa, nosotros estamos pidiendo que estas leyes se apoyen porque son para el bienestar de nuestra comunidad. Entonces lo que tú y Claire hicieron, Suaza, fue justamente, no sé si nos quieres comentar un poco más de eso, de hablar de qué decir, qué no decir, cómo comportarse, cómo dirigirse a las personas de las oficinas del Congreso con las que nos vamos a encontrar esta semana.
Y ¿es la única sesión para ti, Gabe, o escuchas a los otros dos?
Traté de escuchar un poco, pero hoy fue un día de trabajo para mí, entonces estaba en medio de citas, appointments, meetings y tratando de escuchar. Me interesaba mucho también el tema de lo que se llama acceso a los peatones, que fue dirigido por Becky Davidson, que es sumamente importante en materia de seguridad peatonal para las personas ciegas y baja visión, y cómo abogar por señalización correcta en las calles, por sistemas APS en las intersecciones, que son los sistemas auditivos para poder cruzar calles seguramente, y los no sé cómo se dicen, los indicadores táctiles que hay en el suelo, en las aceras y en las calles para indicar que uno está llegando a una esquina.
Sí. Y el otro fue como los afiliados pueden hablar, ayudar el ACB con la implementación de las resoluciones educativas como rehab training, resolución y sí.
Sí,
No puedo escuchar, pero sí.
Sí, no, sí, lo dijiste bien, rehab training. Sabes que se conoce así en español también, entrenamiento, rehabilitación, así que sí, está bien. Sí.
Sí. Y el último, sí, perdona, vas, go ahead.
No, sí, te quería decir, Suaza, que me gustó que la última sesión del día tiene está muy relacionada, tiene mucho que ver con el cuarto imperativo, que es el imperativo de, básicamente, de crear enmiendas a la ley que existe, que tiene, creo que son 12 años ya de antigüedad, ¿cierto, Suaza? Mencionaron 12 años, ¿no? La ley de comunicaciones y videos. Y esa ley está pues ya outdated, obsoleta, porque la tecnología ha progresado mucho. Ahora, exactamente, Suaza, ya no solo estamos hablando de compañías televisoras que transmiten programación a nivel convencional como antes, sino que ahora están, como tú dijiste, Suaza, los servicios de streaming, que es transmisión en vivo por medio de otra clase de dispositivos, por medio de internet, de Wi-Fi, y cómo lograr incorporar los estándares de accesibilidad que se han puesto para las compañías televisoras y compañías de cable a estos nuevos servicios de streaming. Por ejemplo, en tema de audiodescripción, que se ha ido progresando lentamente, pero bueno, gracias al esfuerzo y a la abogacía de nuestra organización de ACB, hemos ido logrando que estas leyes vayan casi como que obligando a que las compañías televisoras y de transmisión incorporen más contenido con audiodescripción.
Sí, y el programa de Affordable Connectivity.
Oh, también muy bueno, sí.
Y sí, cómo pueden aplicar o cómo pueden sí, cómo pueden dar comentarios como el programa.
Sí, esa fue una parte muy importante, y creo que muchas personas que tengan necesidad de hacerlo deberían, si nos están escuchando, este programa que Suaza mencionó es un servicio que está siendo patrocinado y subsidiado por el gobierno federal a través del FCC, que es la Agencia Federal de Comunicaciones, en el cual se está dando a ciertas comunidades, dentro de las cuales la comunidad de personas con discapacidad calificamos para un descuento. Es como un alivio por todo el peso económico que hemos sufrido durante estos 2 años de pandemia. Para aliviar un poco ese peso económico se está el gobierno está subsidiando un servicio de internet a un precio descontado. Entonces, si ustedes no saben de ese programa y les interesa saber más, quédense con nosotros hasta el final, que ya estamos cerca de concluir esta media hora, porque como siempre cerramos con la información de contacto de dónde pueden dirigirse a nosotros con preguntas y comentarios. ¿Qué más, Suaza? Porque yo creo que eso fue todo. Y como te dije, con eso concluimos no solo
pienso que sí.
Sí, ¿verdad?
Es todo el día, sí.
Todo el día, que fue intenso, y no te quiero hacer hablar mucho, Suaza, porque yo pensé que no ibas a poder estar aquí porque has estado todo el día de la 1 de la tarde sin parar. Así que gracias por hacer el esfuerzo de acompañarnos en esta sesión en español. Suaza. Ok, creo que perdimos la conexión con Suaza, pero bueno. Una sobrecarga de Zoom, ha estado todo el día sin parar. Cualquier pregunta, como les comentábamos anteriormente, los imperativos legislativos están en la página acb.org, y si necesitan más información acerca de cualquiera de los temas que hemos tocado el día de hoy o en estos 3 días, y tocaremos mañana, que estaremos aquí a las 6 de la tarde hora del este, nuestro correo electrónico es bienvenidos@acb.org. Nuevamente la palabra bienvenidos@acb.org. Gracias por acompañarnos en esta transmisión y nos vemos mañana y nos escuchamos mañana en este mismo canal y a esta misma hora, 6 de la tarde hora del este. Rick, you can take us out.